Gotta say, wasn't expecting this. Neither was I. Neither was I. Yo, whoa, everyone. Welcome on in. It is time for not boys. I guess I'm used to saying that. I do say that on a weekly basis. Robots. That's what we're here for today. Robot time TM. We'll be finishing phase 10 and 11. Because 11 shouldn't be very long. It'll be interesting to see what happens, especially since we left off on a cliffhanger. Cliffhanger. Go away, cursor. You don't need to be visible. I edited the video, but I don't really remember exactly what note we left off on. I think getting right into it will help refresh our memory. Right, Kagome started playing. I can hear Kagome in the expo arena. People in the audience look down at their Pokécoms, wondering what's going on. But I have no time for that. How can I describe what I just saw? Wearing a tight white bodysuit, just like the ones a robot pilot would wear. Big Sis makes an incredible leap the moment she exits out into the expo arena. Oh wait, Big Sis? Is this Akio POV? When did the POV change? It's a leap far beyond human capabilities. She probably travels around 5 meters. She glides through the air, flying toward the crowded exco booth. I chase after her through the aisles, desperately crying out for her to wait inside my head. But it's too difficult to move forward. And the aisles are filled with people. Some are just standing there, wondering what's going on after seeing Big Sis fly overhead. Well, it's not as bad as opening day. The place is still jam-packed. I run. I bump into people, I fall all over. I get up again. The cycle repeats over and over again. I can't reach her. I can't catch up. Just when I thought I'd finally caught up with her. Just when I thought I finally stood shoulder to shoulder with her. She slips away again. She flies past me. I reach out, but can't touch her. My lungs burn. I can't catch my breath. Big Sis! I shout out, but my voice is drowned out by the thunderous applause. I crash into a large, well-built man. I fall over onto my backside. He asks if I'm okay and offers me a hand, but I shove him aside and look up. There's a large monitor attached to the venue's ceiling. The reporter who's interviewed me earlier is on screen. She's filming of the Exoskeleton Company booth. On screen, I see Big Sis swoop down. An angel. That word appeared in the back of my mind. I can't hear her voice. But I can tell that the reporter is excited. The audience mistakes her fantastical appearance as part of the demonstration, greeting her with thunderous applause. However, she looks at nobody. She just sleeps into the spider-like hug. Big Sis slips into what appears to be the control module of the robot. Even on the big screen, I can tell that Sumeragi has been activated. Its giant dark body begins to stir. And the spire jolts awake. Each of its sharp 6 legs begin to wriggle on their own. I can hear massive cheers even from where I'm standing. Exoskeleton Company Hug Test Pilot. That's her official title, her real position. She only started doing PR work after she gained attention as a test pilot. So having her pilot a concept model like this, at a huge venue like the Expo, it's a scenario pulled straight from a dream. The people's excitement is at its peak. Sumeragi's guttural noises can't be heard over the cheering of the crowd. However, as far as I can tell through the giant monitor, it's both fast and fluid in how it moves. In my head, I always pictured six-legged robots as being bulky and slow, because my prejudice was unfounded. It skitters along the floor just like a spider would. Sumeragi smoothly crawls across the booth, and soon raises one of its legs up high. After extending upward, it easily reaches a length of at least 6 to 7 meters. Then immediately afterward, the leg forcefully whips downward. It tears right through the booth's partition. This thing is crazy strong. Those partitions are made up of extremely solid resin, yet it tore through it like paper. The entire venue stirs and falls into total silence, but only for a moment. The screams immediately follow, and panic ensues. A wave of people rush to get away from Sumeragi. People fall over each other, causing more screams and angry shouts. The cameraman shooting the footage must have been knocked down. The screen only shows the legs of people fleeing. From amidst the throngs of screaming people, things that resemble missiles fly into the air. That's nice. Sumeragi's poison fangs spew smoke as they pierce through the air at terrifying speed. They collide with the torso. They collide with the torso of the Klondike Company's giant robot, Achilles Zimmer. Scarlet fumes rise from them. The shockwave blasts through the inside of the expo arena. Booth walls and people are blown over. Pamphlets rain down from the sky like snow. Did Big Sis shoot those? Did those missiles come from Sumeragi? I can't read. And that means it's loaded with live ammunition. But why? This is the expo arena, not a battlefield. Why would it be loaded with live rounds? No, wait. Was this the plan from the very beginning? Is this another Berserk Hug incident, like the one that killed Mizuka-san? Or was this all a planned attack by Big Sis? I don't know. I refuse to accept either option as a possibility. Regardless, nobody can stop Sumeragi now that it's moving. All of the people are scrambling to escape the venue. Really? Another yawn already? Sheesh. The robots on display have been left behind, abandoned. The only robot moving in the building is that giant black spider. It crawls along on its 6 legs, knocking down booth walls and tables one after another. The defenseless robots have their legs swept from under them before getting smashed by the spider's sharp legs. A missile pod emerges from its torso and unleashes a barrage of guided missiles with a thunderous roar. This is a massacre. The best giant robots from around the world are being slaughtered in a one-sided massacre, in a feast of bloodshed and madness. With no way to fight back, these incredibly cool, adorable, amazing robots are being mercilessly reduced to scrap. Stop it. I stand frozen in place as I hold my head. Big Sis, stop it! Another one bites the dust. This time it's the Renault Company's giant robot. They get caught in the evil clutches of the giant spider, and are subsequently murdered. I have to stop her. I have to stop Big Sis! Why is this happening? My sister would never do this. I know she wouldn't. But for now, I have to stop this spider. If I don't, the other robots won't make it out alive. I run to the Tanegashima Robotics Club booth. Most of the people are flooding toward the exits to escape, so our booth is totally deserted. It's then that a missile soars overhead. It collides with the expo arena wall and explodes. The entire building shakes violently. I can't help but stagger and crouch down on the spot. Oh, jeez. The roof collapsed, causing dust to burst into the air. Big sis, stop! Stop it! I cry out to her, wiping away my tears. I run toward Gunbuild 2. Despite the chaos, our robot is still crouched down. It's not hurt. Nothing's broken. I look around for any sign of Kai, but it looks like we got separated in all the chaos. I take out my Pokécom. I also have the kill ballot system installed. Gunbuild 2, activate! I have the controller. I turn on the power, awkwardly input a command, and watch as Gunbuild 2 stands up. I have no idea how long the battery is going to last. It's impossible to operate him and transmit power at the same time. Without constant power from the laser beam, we'll stop moving after about 3 minutes. But despite that, there's not a moment to lose right now. I need to save the other robots. I'll stop Big Sis myself. Please, Gunbuild 2. Lend me your strength. He has no way of fighting. His performance is nothing compared to the spider's abilities. But I'm the only one here who can do this. I feel ice on my back. I can hear the sound of a low-frequency engine. It sends a chill down my spine. I turn around. My vision is blocked off by the booth wall. But I can feel the spider wriggling around behind it. I glance at my Pokécom screen in order to see Gunbuild 2's point of view. There it is. Lusumaragi, with Big Sis on board, is approaching the booth wall. I brace myself. The spider's talon-like leg comes tearing through the booth wall. Its form is revealed through the opening it made in the wall. I'm scared. Is she chasing after me? Is Big Sis trying to kill me? Why would she do this? My legs tremble, and I nearly crumple to the floor. I'm so scared that I'm in tears. Sis. No, you can't back down now. Fight. You have to protect the other robots. You have to fight and stop that spider, no matter what. I take a step back and begin to input a command into my Pokécom. Advance. Advance. Advance, advance! Gunbuild 2 approaches the spider. He has the advantage in height. But the spider is fairly short, so I doubt a punch from Gekisai Daiichi will connect. But I have no other means of attack. I don't care if it's just for show. As long as it stops Big Sis. As long as it stops that spider. Gekisai Daiichi. What? Inputting the command is difficult. Nervousness and panic make my fingers shake. I can't get it right. It's like my fingers aren't my own. Sweat from my brow drips into my eyes. I can't help but close them in pain. And before I know it, I'm trembling. It's then that the spider makes its move. It slowly raises its body. Supported by 4 of its legs, it lifts its other 2 up like a praying mantis. To make matters worse, the legs have what appears to be sharp blades installed inside of them. They have a faint gold glow to them. Gunpowder 2 stands frozen still within the range of those terrifying blades. Stop it. I feel a dull pain run deep inside of my chest. It feels like an icy hand is crushing my heart. It squeezes tightly. This is the sign of an attack. But I don't have the time to be worried about that right now. I have to do it. I have to get the command right. If I don't, Model 2 can't move. Stop! I know all of that, and yet the inside of my head is completely blank. All I can do is hold the Pokécom like an idiot. A robot. He carries the heart and soul of every generation of the Robotics Club. He's filled with the hopes and dreams of the Robotics Club, the club that Big Sis founded. He carries what I entrusted to him, my dream of wanting to catch up to my sister with all my heart, even if it means letting all of Tanegashima fall to pieces, and that's why. Big Sis, stop! The spider's blades flash. They cut through Gunbill 2's torso from sides like a pair of scissors. Both sides. Gunbill 2's upper body shakes and leans forward. It makes a terrible sound, like iron being bent and twisted. His body then falls over onto the spider. The impact crushes the spider onto the ground before stopping. Big Sis. Sis! I rush over to the spider. I slip between its legs and crawl onto the torso. Somewhere. There must be a switch or something to open the pilot hatch somewhere. It's not long before I find what I'm looking for. I press the button and the hatch slides open, accompanied by the sound of compressed air leaking out. Inside is the unique standing cockpit. But even though I know I saw her climb inside, Big Sis is nowhere to be found. She had disappeared without a trace, as if she was never here to begin with. That's nice. Without a soul in sight, the venue looks like a ravaged battlefield. The rampaging spider hug stopped a few minutes ago. And with the sounds of destruction and chaos having faded from the expo arena, a deep silence envelops the ruins. The giant robots that once stood proud in the building have either toppled over or been destroyed. The colorful signs and booths from the exhibits are covered in dust and grime. Large pieces of rubble and wreckage from the caved-in ceiling glitter the showroom floor. Collapsed in front of the wreckage of Model 2 and the crushed spider hug is Akiho. She looks like she's in incredible pain. Aki-chan, are you alright? Are you hurt? Her face is pale. She's clutching her chest and biting her lip. Did you have an attack? Akiho nods slightly. Part of me wants to scold her for running too much, but now's not the time for that. I want to take care of her right now, but we need to evacuate first. Who knows when more of the ceiling could collapse. Come on, grab on. I turn my back to Akiho and crouch down. I'll carry you. Akiho obediently, but weakly clings to my back. And make sure I have a firm hold of her before standing up. Now then, where's the exit? Hey, Kai. Big sis isn't here. She disappeared. What? I glance over at the spider hug. The cockpit hatch is open. Misane is nowhere to be found. I love to go looking for her right about now. But I wipe the idea from my mind and begin walking through the rubble. And she destroyed Gumball too. I can't. It hurts too much. I saw everything. The spider hug rampaged its way through the venue, sparing nothing in its path. Akiho booted up Model 2 in an attempt to stop it, but she was easily taken out. Misane destroyed the Robotics Club robot, Akiho's robot. She showed no hesitation, nor a shred of mercy. I never would have thought Misane would be capable of something like this. The Misane I know loved robots more than anyone, more than me, more than even Akiho. But I don't have time to think about that right now. I'm finally able to exit the expo arena with Akiho on my back. Outside, a large number of people who evacuated have worried looks on their faces. It's a pretty huge crowd. I can hear the sirens of ambulances and fire engines in the distance. Looks like there are quite a few people injured. I could see people all over the place that are bleeding. Some are sitting down, others are lying on the ground. But more importantly, something is off. But what? Wait. Everyone is looking up at the sky, as if they were all struck with the same idea. The sky? Don't tell me a solar storm is coming. Wait, that's not something you could see with the naked eye. I set Akiho down and looked toward the sky, following everyone else's gaze. What I find is something beyond my wildest imagination. What is that? That's weird. Hi, Cursor. What you doing there? Go away. It's a building I've never seen before. Actually, I hesitate to even call it that. It's some kind of enormous pillar? Maybe a tower? The thing just suddenly appeared over the ocean in Odaiba. It's gotta be at least a few hundred meters in diameter. I've never seen something this gigantic before. It stretches far up into the sky, so far that I can't see the top. Hell, it might even reach space. Isn't this just like a space elevator? The thought of it crashing down to the ground comes to mind, which is enough to send a shiver down my spine. I recognize the strange design at the base of the pillar. I saw that in the final episode of Gunfero. The bits and pieces that got leaked onto the internet. Among the scenes, I remember there being a still more gigantic pillar. The Grand Obelisk. Huh? It's the Grand Obelisk. Akiho's looking up in awe at the pillar piercing the heavens. It's exactly the same as the one from the final episode of Gunfero. That wasn't there yesterday, was it? Akiho weakly shakes her head from side to side. Of course not. It's the space elevator from the anime. We could never build something like that with our own current tech. Maybe in the near future, but not now. Then how exactly did it get there? How was it built? Are you saying it fell from the sky? Did aliens or something drop it down into Tokyo Bay? I checked the news 30 minutes ago, but there was nothing about any pillars. How could so many incomprehensible things have happened in the short time since we saw Misane? I'm gonna lose my mind. Hey, Aki-chan. What happens in the final episode of Gone Viral again? I'm sure it's hard for her to talk after getting an attack. But I can't help but ask. In the space elevator, the Grand Obelisk shoots the sun. Well, that's not good. She explains, and her face begins to go pale as she realizes the correlation between what she's saying and reality. Earth is burnt to ash by a massive solar flare, and the enemy is destroyed, along with everything else. Project Adam. And the crowd begins to stir. Oh dear. The Grand Obelisk starts shining ominously. I would say yes, that is correct. On the surface, countless hieroglyphs pulsate, disappearing and reappearing. The giant pillar almost feels like a living being of some kind. An ice cold chill runs down my spine. No. Is it actually going to shoot? A strange sound begins to ring out around us. It's similar to the sound of the ground rumbling. Yet the earth is completely still, and it shows no sign of rumbling to life. It's not an earthquake. And then is the Grand Obelisk itself making the air itself shake? The pillar begins to shine even more strongly. Right away, I pull Akiho close to me and shield her behind me. The warnings in the Kimijima reports. The leaked final episode of Gone Viral. Is it all coming true? Is this what Project Adam is? In front of the eyes of tens of thousands of witnesses, the pillar stretching up into space. It bursts with a flash so bright it can't be looked at directly. And the sky explodes into a rainbow of colors. And I want to see it. Misaki POV. We interrupt this scheduled programming for an emergency news report. Earlier today, at around 2:50 p.m., it appears that the Kanto region was hit by the largest solar storm in history. Currently, it seems most electronic devices in the region have been rendered unusable. It's possible that the solar storm may also be emitting harmful radiation that could seriously affect the human body. Those outside should seek shelter in a safe location. This footage shows the current status of the sun, taken approximately 10 hours ago by NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory. Countless giant solar flares can be seen bursting forth from the sun. The solar storm is predicted to be larger in scale than the ones from September 2015 and November of last year. Damages are expected, not just in Japan, but all over the world. We'll report further as more information becomes available. We just received further breaking news. According to info from the FDMA, a portion of the Odaiba district in Tokyo has collapsed and is in danger of being submerged. Oof. Whether this was caused by the solar storm is currently unknown. Here is live footage taken from a camera in Odaiba. As you can see, the Shuto Expressway Bayshore route is completely submerged. The building in the distance is the Expo Arena for the in-progress Tokyo Expo, of which the roof has collapsed. With the Tokyo Expo being held in Odaiba, there were a large number of visitors at the venue today. We will now repeat this report. Today, at around 2:50 p.m., it appears that the Kanto region was hit by the largest solar storm in history. Wyvern, it's time to begin the operation. The final call is to go. Understood. Opening hatch. Wyvern to all forces. Begin the operation. Oh. And now we move on to phase 11. Okay. Irie POV. It appears that the large-scale blackouts have occurred in Tokyo, New York, London, Toronto, Shanghai, and other major cities. Riots caused by the public are also occurring in LA, Rio de Janeiro, I definitely butchered that, Cairo, Johannesburg, Amsterdam, Belfast. Wow. How many cities can I butcher? We're currently awaiting confirmation, but the reports of service robots going berserk in New York, Tokyo, Beijing, London, Paris, Berlin, and other. According to the Kimijima reports, it wouldn't be odd if we saw acts of terrorism occurring in certain regions. The police and the military of each and every country must be on high alert. There hasn't been this much simultaneous worldwide chaos since the crash of 15. Okay, this is gonna bug me. I really need to check something. Okay, it does take place in 2015. That's what I thought. Naturally, the game came out in 2014. Just before 2015, actually, in December. A science adventure series. Constant, except for Robotics notes. Anyways. Worst case scenario, you could be headed for a 21st century Great Depression. These solar storms aren't anything new. Yet no one's learned their lesson. What on earth is this nation's leadership doing? My throat hurts from doing that old man voice. Sheesh. It's currently unknown how many dead, wounded, and missing have resulted from this current catastrophe. Since the morning of the 25th until today, NASA has made 4 announcements on the normal activity of the Sun. Presently, there have been at least 439 large-scale solar flares of X-class intensity. Powerful solar storms moving upward of 2,000 kilometers per second have been emitted in rapid succession, each one subsequently reaching the Earth one by one. Observed early yesterday morning, the US government promptly sent the findings of the governments of various nations worldwide. To the governments. I think I fucked that up. It's okay. However, when asked why such info was not released publicly beforehand, Chief Cabinet Secretary Yamanashi said, "It is deeply regrettable, and we are investigating the cause." Next. I am live from Shinjuku Station. All lines of transportation have been suspended, and the area is flooded with people stranded. Employees here say most devices are working, but due to various abnormalities, they're currently checking all systems for safety purposes. We do not currently have an ETA for when everything will be restored. In 2 hours, most company employees will be leaving work, flooding the station. Further chaos is expected. Take a look at this footage taken from a live camera in Shiodome. Can you see the black smoke currently rising from Odaiba? Fujisan TV's HQ is in Odaiba, but it's currently impossible to contact them. Also, according to information found on the internet, there were large explosions at the Tokyo Expo Odaiba venue. It is possible this was an act of terror. For safety purposes, the Rainbow Bridge to Odaiba has been sealed off. The Metro Expressway Bay Shore route has also been closed. The Yurikamome, Rinkai Railroad, and Aqualiner are closed as well. Breaking news. The US has announced that the Vice President Crane has been in a traffic accident and has sustained serious injuries. Details on his condition are unknown. It is under investigation due to the possibility of terrorism. I'm on the Tamagawa River in Tokyo's Satagaya I'm at the Tamagawa River in Tokyo Satagaya Ward. Look at this. A large number of birds are falling out of the sky. You can see incredible splashes of water as they land in the river. Is that why Relix isn't here? Because all the birds are dying? Look out! We need to get out of here. It's dangerous. Matsuda-san, can you hear me? Matsuda-san? Airy sound. I swallow my breath as I watch the chaos unfold around the world on TV. And suddenly there's a knock at my door. It's not mealtime, nor is it time for them to check my temperature. Whoever it is, they're not a nurse. Then who is it? I woke up here a little under a month ago. During all that time, aside from the doctor in charge of me and the nurses, only Yashio Kaido-san came to visit.
Dozo.
Come in, I replied timidly. Maybe my missing mom heard about me and is here to visit, especially after seeing all the chaos. I stare straight at the door, waiting for it to open. But no matter how long I wait, the door doesn't open. That's strange. I know I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the door when I heard that knock. Suddenly, a little scared, I hide under the covers. I put the blanket over me and close my eyes. If someone comes in, I'll just pretend to be asleep. I don't want to see anyone. I'll be here alone, forever. I shouldn't expect anything. Ominous chuckle is ominous. A terrible chill runs down my spine. My eyes are closed, but I can tell. Right next to my bed. There's someone standing there. They're not saying anything. But I can just barely hear them breathing. But when did they come inside? I didn't hear the sound of the door opening. It's only been a few seconds since I laid down in bed and closed my eyes. During that time, this person managed to open the sliding door, enter the room, and walk to the side of my bed. I want to open my eyes, but I also don't want to. I'm terrified. My body starts to quiver in fear. I clutch the sheets tightly. Who is it? Why won't they talk? Why are they just standing there? I can't keep my eyes closed any longer. I have to see who's standing there. I have to. Place your bets now on who it is. If not, my heart will keep beating faster and faster until it ruptures. I know what I have to do. I slowly and cautiously open my eyes. Man, hell if I know. Valid. No, not a POV change on that. That's rude. Game, how dare you? Just for that, we're gonna look at Twips. What's going on? Odaiba collapsing. Aren't my senpais in trouble? Oh yeah, they are, bro. What's going on in Tokyo? Is the Robotics Club okay? Great question, buddy. This is horrible. This has to be a lie. I'm fine. Sumio, please. Hey, Odaiba is falling. Odaiba is dead. My husband and child are at the expo venue in Odaiba and I cannot get in contact with them. Someone tell me what's going on. Odaiba collapsing. Are you serious? Look at Odaiba with the Iro. Self-Defense Force announced they're scrambling get F-15s from Misawa base. Saw Odaiba through Iro. It's a disaster. Can't even laugh about it. Why is Fuji-san TV disconnected? Broadcast accident? I mean, there's some relief in Mr. Candy being safe. You are correct. However, it is funny still to see that. Just like, I'm safe, that's it. Are there people at Odaiba safe? How many thousands of people do you think are at Odaiba? Can't believe this happened during the expo. That's why I said to cancel the expo. Who's gonna take responsibility? What is that giant tower looking thing? I could see a tower, it's huge. Is that tower thing real? Not an AR? It's the end of the world. What is happening? Why did it light up? What is that tower? It's the Grand Obelisk. It's a space elevator. Did the Committee of 300 make it? There's no way human science could create such a big thing. That was horrible. That was a painful ass sneeze. Ugh. Ugh. Odaiba's in trouble. Too unrealistic to have built secretly. Has to be a mirage. But I really see it there. I really do. This isn't reality. This isn't reality. My head is going crazy. It's the same as the anime, that leaked final episode. That scares me when I compare the final episode of Gunveil to what's going on in reality. Is the world coming to an end? Please no. Odaiba has flooded. Sonomiya Misaki started the terrorist attack. She's crazy. Oh, hi Relix. Yep, crazy people. You missed all the birds dying. Run. Run to a place where the solar storm won't hit. Looks like the Grand Obelisk. Breaking news. Grand Obelisk comes to life. The solar storm is here, just like it said in the Kimijima reports. The Kimijima reports are right. This isn't a trick. Odaiba is collapsing. Why didn't Kimijima-san tell us about this 10 years ago? Then this wouldn't have happened. Find the Committee of 300 and kill them. Someone call an ambulance. I'm in Odaiba right now, but my Pokecom isn't connecting. What are the police and army doing? Did the government, police, and army resign to the committee? What is that tower? Fuji-san TV isn't showing up. Because of Odaiba collapsing, maybe Fuji-san TV went down too. The tower lit up. Odaiba isn't collapsing. Breaking news, over 1,000 planes in the air were now missing. Next to a venue has gone down. A robot at the venue shot a missile and I ran for my life. It was like war. Thought I was gonna die. What did the birds do? Be living creatures. Barely made it out. Got stepped on and fell many times running from the venue in a panic. That's the space elevator in the anime. Grand Obelisk. There's no way a tower from an anime is real. Why is everyone saying that Odaiba has collapsed? I'm next to Fuji-san TV, but did something happen at the expo? There's smoke coming from the expo venue. Loud noises too. I was about to be killed by Misaki-san. I'm currently in Odaiba, but only one part of it has collapsed. I'm at Odaiba. The phone isn't connecting, but Iro works. Please help me. Breaking news. Rainbow Bridge is closed. Nigma are attacking the service robots at Ikebukuro. Solar storm. Another blackout. All the signals are down. The robot from Exoskeleton Company went crazy. Fuji-san TV is radio silent. The solar storm just happened. Everything's happening so fast. Looks like the US 8th Fleet is making an emergency dispatch. Minato, Tokyo is completely blacked out. Public transportation has completely stopped. Maybe it's weaker than last year's solar storm. My Pokecom is fine this time. My phone is dead. Why didn't the phone company deal with this? The train stopped. They're announcing that they didn't know when it'd be back up. They don't know when it'd be back up. Either way. Can't do this. Can the solar storms just disappear? It's the ghost that lives in Yuroo's fault. In Kawasaki, someone wearing the hug has suddenly attacked a pregnant woman. The ground is covered in blood. Not just Tokyo. The whole world is in chaos. If it's what the Kimijima report said, then a magnetospheric substorm is gonna hit and the world will end. Someone do something. NA, EU, the Middle East are all having disasters. Is it true that the private jet for the US president went down? Went down, rather? The robots are going out of control again. The terrorist behind the November attack hasn't been caught yet, right? The robots are still moving. They're marching in the middle of the street in Shinjuku. So scary. I might get killed. The phone isn't connecting again. Damn it. Robot from Exco is going crazy and killing the visitors. Please retweet. There's a chance that all service robots may go out of control. Stabler. This is just the beginning, and only the beginning. After this, a Magnetosphere substorm is going to hit. Then the world will end. I got a report from my sister studying abroad that another riot started on the west coast of the US. This isn't reality. It's just gossip. I'm gonna go sleep. A nuclear missile was discovered as a disguised rocket in Jingguan, China. Ah, yes, this is what I wanted to know. How our children, I guess, know. How the kiddos are responding to this. All my girlfriends are here at my house for some reason. Alright, fine. Guess I'll go out for a bit. I don't want to go out in this chaos. What did I do to deserve this? Why me? This isn't the time to laze around and gorge myself on pizza. I don't know. Sounds like it might be, actually. There's a call for all the lab mems. Oh, lab mems? Wait. So the lab mems are all together still? How's Okove doing? Please let us know, Dash. It seems like Operation Leviatine is about to commence. Time to use my title as super hacker and figure out what's going on. To protect my wife and daughter. Daddy's gonna try very hard. I'm still unbelievably frustrated that I'm still in America. Aw, oof. Girl failure, being in America. How dare you, Kurisu. I want to be back in Japan already, but there are no flights running. Plus America's having a crisis right now. I hope my friends in Japan are safe. Well, I like to share a good luck charm you can say in times like this to anyone watching. Elsai Kongru. It doesn't really mean anything, but when you say it, it somehow calms you down. Give it a shot sometime. Elsai Kongru, let's go! Lab mems mentioned and Elsai Kongru. Let's go. Why are you crying? Are you actually crying? Nah, okay. After exploding into a rainbow of colors, the sky is back to its normal pale blue color. The radiance that seemed like it could engulf the entire world has vanished from the giant grand obelisk. It all happened so quickly that it even felt a little anticlimactic. After all, considering the largest solar storm in history just hit, I was fully prepared for Project Atom to kick off right then and there. But I can't let my guard down just yet. We got hit just like the Kimijima report said we would. I checked Twipo on the news, and it looks like the world is in utter chaos right now. The storm is of a clearly much higher magnitude than the one that hit Tokyo back in November. If the Committee of 300 were to start their terrorist plot right now, there'd be nothing stopping them. Kimijima-ko's warning was right. He knew this would happen and gave us the time to prepare. But in the end, there was barely any point in liking the reports. I couldn't be any more frustrated if I tried. After all, even I underestimated how bad this would get. I made this baseless assumption that the storm probably wouldn't arrive during the expo. Despite Kimijima-ko constantly warning me otherwise. I treated the warning that he gave his life for too lightly. Frau was right. I should have just gone into hiding on Tanegashima and prepared for all of this, terrorism and assassins included. Misone's smiling face appeared on the back of my mind. She's not smiling there, though. It was the same gentle smile that we saw whenever she was on TV. And yet, after finally seeing her after 7 years, that smile sends a chill down my spine. Why was she smiling that while she was planning the terrorist attack? Misone, what happened to you? I grit my teeth and look around. The people who evacuated the chaos of the expo venue are still unsettled, worried that something will happen. The park is filled with people, not just expo visitors, but also those who were just sitting in general. There had to be over 10,000 of them. Among them, some are covered with injuries. And there are people sitting down on the ground, bleeding. It's been nearly an hour since all hell broke loose in the expo arena. but there's no sign of the police or any ambulances. Before the solar storm hit, I know for a fact that I heard sirens approaching. I know I did. Where in the hell did they go? And there are the power outages. Nights are out all over Odaiba. Tokyo is suffering from yet another massive blackout. It's not too bad right now since it's the middle of the day, but just thinking about the night makes me shudder. Why the hell don't I have any service? Shit, even the emergency number's no good. I can't call for ambulances. I can hear people murmuring amongst themselves. It's been like this for nearly an hour. But yeah, the phones don't work. Though the general phone lines and the internet ones are both unavailable. That's definitely not normal. That's why I haven't been able to get in touch with Michi or Mr. Candy. Everything about this situation sucks ass. It's not like I can do jack shit right now. All I can do is sit around and think about how bad things really are. I click my tongue and crouch down on the spot. Sitting down, I feel the chill of the cold street directly against my skin. Right in front of me, Akiho sits clutching her knees with a vacant expression on her face. I've never seen her this sad before. I've been trying to talk to her, but she doesn't respond. I tried to stand her up, but all she did was weakly shake her head no. I can't blame her. Misa and I did something awful. In her dream to enter the expo and show off her club's robot was crushed in less than a week by her own beloved sister. And it wasn't just Akiho. Misanai hurt me and Mizuka-san too. And won't let her get away with this. But at the same time, I don't want to believe that she would do all this. Both of these feelings swirl within me. And I'm getting so upset that I can't help but wrap my arms around myself. God damn it. I'm trembling and everything. How pathetic. Expo Arena terrorism. When it was happening, all I could do was watch in stunned silence, completely paralyzed. Thinking back on it, it terrifies me how helpless I was in the midst of all that destruction. One wrong step, and I could have died on the spot. The spirit I felt in that moment lingers with me even now. The intense shockwaves hitting my body. The screams of fleeing people only further amplifying the fear. The physically revolting appearance of that six-legged giant spider crawling after Akiho. I don't know how I survived. But it's even more of a miracle that Akiho made it out unharmed. True. She recklessly tried to use Model 2 to stop Misane. If it wasn't her sister, she probably would have been killed. The former Madam President is too goddamn reckless. If Akiho had died, just imagining it makes my chest ache, even more than imagining my own death. I can't even imagine my life without Akiho. She's always been with me. But it's similar to the feeling of having a twin. It's not a matter of whether I like or dislike her. She's just there. She's a constant. Losing Akiho is the one thing I don't want to imagine. I grind my teeth. I shouldn't think about that right now. My mental state isn't doing so hot. No shit. Yo, Kairo-kun, Akiho-chan. There's Sumio. Hello, Mr. Candy. Snap back to reality. I raised my head toward the voice, only to find Mr. Candy stopping over to us and waving his hand. His voice and physique are large, so he stands out even amidst the sea of people. President, I'm glad you two are safe. I was worried. What a good man. Ish. Just seeing a face I know puts me at ease. I can feel the string of tension within me loosen a little. Likewise, sir. You know, I was just thinking about how, man, the bird hasn't been here in a hot minute. Not in a way of me missing the bird. You can go away, Taru. Didn't ask for you to be here, actually. Me too, parakeet. Wait, he actually brought his bird to Tokyo? And everything went down just as I hopped out of my taxi in Odaiba. What timing? I've been wandering around looking for you guys ever since. Miss Mitsuhiko. He's missing. You can't get in touch with him? I tried calling him a few times, but it wouldn't go through. Figures. More importantly, have you guys checked the internet? They're freaking out about how some part of Odaiba collapsed or something. Good lord. What gobbledygook. It's gotta be fake. Info is probably getting all jumbled up because electronic devices are dead. Still, it's pretty sad that the mass media can't tell the difference. Electronic devices are dead, you say? About that, Kaido. Don't you think it's strange? My Pokécom is perfectly fine. What? Mr. Candy's comment hits me like a ton of bricks. He's exactly right. Hell, I saw the news about Odaiba collapsing on my own Pokécom. I can see Twipo like normal. I can post and everything. It's just the phone lines that aren't connecting. Is that because of the power outages? What's going on? Last year when the storm hit, I heard that Pokécoms were completely useless. No matter how you look at it, the whole thing doesn't sit right with me. It's like someone's pulled the wool over our eyes. Oh, and I used the Street View function to look around earlier, right? It was all really strange. How so? Have a look for yourself. Before he even finished speaking, I booted up Yutaro on my Pokécom. Whoa, what the heck is this? Within the world of Yutaro, Odaiba is a literal war zone. The roads are flooded, the Expo Arena, Fuji-san TV, and various other buildings have been destroyed. Bridges have collapsed and wreckage is scattered all over the place. Everything but the current state of the Expo Arena is totally fake. This isn't reality. Unless... the Odaiba that exists on the internet right now is nothing more than a lie. This is real bad. Pretty elaborate, isn't it? You would be capable of doing such a thing. Anyone could post images here after registering. There have been fake images like this uploaded before. Are they in a simulation? Maybe. When that happens, other users will report it. The administrators will erase it. Is this another example of that? Maybe administration isn't functioning due to all the chaos. That's probably why the fake images haven't been taken down. And these fake images of destruction uploaded to Utero must be the source of the fake news. The mass media took it as reality and started reporting on it in their hysteria, spreading the misinformation. Did nobody doubt what they were seeing? Is this more propaganda? And thought appears in the back of my mind. It's possible that the Tavistock Institute is manufacturing and spreading propaganda worldwide. In that case, has Project Adam already begun? How does everywhere else look? Tokyo has a lot of robots. I didn't notice it that much after staying here for 10 days, but... I felt it far more than usual today, you know. Though the city is swarming with robots and all. He's right, there are a lot of robots. I thought as much when I came last year. There are life-size service robots all over. They're what caused the robot uprising last November. And even the recently opened Aqualiner has a service robot sitting in its driver's seat. It's pretty crazy considering the Yurika Momoe automatic traffic system has been in service for over 15 years without drivers or robots. The Aqualiner took the complete opposite approach by immediately bringing them on. The Metro Expressway Bayside route has robots standing at the toll booths, and guidance robots populate Odaiba. This was all done with the express purpose of promoting the expo. In order to strengthen the appeal of the expo, Tokyo spent quite a lot of taxes in order to promote the spread of service robots. This is all written in the expo pamphlets. Actually, that reminds me. I haven't seen a single robot since the storm hit about 30 minutes ago. After last November, all of them should be equipped with the solar storm countermeasures. Did they stop working because of the power outage? Wait, don't tell me. Are the robots going berserk again? No, I didn't see a single person getting attacked. That being said, the station was closed off. The robots there are guiding people along. Robots were also closing off the exit for the parking garage, so nobody could get their cars out. Same for the Rainbow Bridge entrance. The robots were saying it's too dangerous to pass. It feels like the robots have completely locked us in. It's a tad creepy, don't you think? I'm probably just overthinking it though. Can we get rid of this parakeet? Why is he laughing? This isn't something to laugh about. And what can those robots function with the power out? I'm pretty sure they need to be charged at regular intervals. More importantly, what's that huge pillar? Apparently it's the Grand Obelisk. Is it real? It doesn't appear to be an illusion or mirage or anything like that. Perhaps we should get closer to its base. I'd like to take a closer look. I don't know. It seems pretty far away. It also sprouted out from the middle of Tokyo Bay. You'd have to go for a swim to get anywhere close. President, can you stay here and watch Aki-chan for a little while? Sure, I don't mind. But where are you off to? I'm just going to take a look around. I see. Be careful. Don't do anything dangerous. I nod, then turn to Akiho. Aki-chan, I'll be right back. So wait right here with the president. Akiho weakly raises her head. She looks up at me with pleading eyes and grabs my hand. Kai, stay here. Don't worry. I'll be right back, I promise. I gently let go of her trembling hand and stand up. I leave Akiho behind and make my way to the expo arena. The scars of destruction are vivid and graphic. You can see the extent of it even from the outside. I'm going back because something's been weighing heavily on my mind. About what Akio said after the Spider-Hawk destroyed Model 2. Mixus isn't here. She disappeared. I have no clue where Misane ran off to. But I have to look for her. I need to find her and press her for the truth. It's possible that the roof could collapse further, but I don't have the luxury of being scared. Misane might still be hiding inside. I need to go. She might be long gone by now, but this is the only place I can think of to search. Even in the corridor, parts of the wall are broken, with chunks of rubble strewn about. The venue is completely deserted, as if the hustle and bustle from a few hours ago never happened. Kaida sound. I hear something and hide behind a pillar. Someone's here. I quietly peek out. It's him. It's Sawada Toshiyuki. He sits with his back to the wall, not moving. We parted ways when Misane's spider hug started its rampage. Has he been here the whole time? There are devices I've never seen scattered about at his feet. What are those things? I grit my teeth. I need to know who he really is. The section chief of Exoskeleton Company's hug testing department. A man with connections to the Tavistock Institute, Misane's superior. But earlier today, he pointed his gun at her. Was he trying to stop her before she went berserk? Or was it some kind of infighting? Let's do this. I gulp. Then feel around to check for the hard object I'm keeping underneath my clothes. The gun I took from him earlier. You can't do a POV change on us like that. That's rude. More guys. Now we're going to Akiho. As I sit on the ground hugging my knees, my butt is starting to get cold. The inside of the expo arena had AC, but due to the late body heat coming off of the gas, it wasn't that cold. I just realized for the first time since coming here. Tokyo is a cold, cold place. Oh, they did it earlier, so clearly they can't. I mean, yes, but still, it's rude. I haven't been able to stop trembling for a while. But is that because I'm actually cold? Or is it because of everything that happened? I'm gonna say both. It doesn't matter. I try to ward off the cold by hugging my body tightly. I should have brought some hand warmers or something. All our time was spent at the hotel and Expo Arena, so we're not even wearing a proper jacket. My outfit's fine for Tanegashima, but it's way too light for February in Tokyo. I can tell by looking at the people around me. Unlike me, they're all bundled up. Almost single one of the girls have their legs exposed. It's so goofy. The only warm thing I have on me is the little darkened fink in my hand. Big Sis made it for me 10 years ago, and it's been one of my closest friends ever since. Squeezing it makes me feel a little better, but that peace of mind is temporary at best. Suddenly, I remember the warmth of my sister's hand when she would hold mine. After the MF Anemone incident, when I woke up from my 3-day-long coma, Big Sis was right there beside me. Aki, thank goodness. Thank goodness you're okay. When she realized I had woken up, large tears started falling from her eyes and onto my cheeks. I can still remember how warm those tears were. I thought he would never wake up again. I'm so glad. Big Sis. It must have been terrible. I'm so proud of you for staying strong. To be honest, I don't really remember anything. Right, I'm sure you wouldn't. You weren't conscious after all. But you know, for the 3 days you were gone, I was very, very lonely. It was like all the color disappeared from my world. Mom later informed me that Big Sis sat by my side the entire time, holding my hand tightly and talking to me. She didn't even sleep. Kai was also unconscious the whole time, which means she left him alone. I kinda felt bad about that. Granted, he wasn't all alone. His mom and dad were there with him. If he never woke up, I would have stayed here holding your hand for the rest of my life. Thank you for waking up. Thank you so much, Aki. I love you so much. Hearing those words from Big Sis made me so happy. I could never put it into words. I can't remember a time that I was happier to have her as my older sister. I love you too, Big Sis. I know. But thinking back on it, I think that was the turning point. After that incident, Big Sis began to grow distant. Whenever we were at home, she was always on edge. She had a constant aura that made it really hard to talk to her. No matter what you do, you'll always be average, Aki. Those were the words Big Sis left me with before she left the island. Aki. You've grown. His smile was the same as always. At least, I think it was. Aki. Her gentle demeanor hadn't changed at all. At least, it shouldn't have. Has the rocket launched yet? I thought it'd be like we were never apart, that we'd chat for hours and hours. I'd finally caught up to Big Sis. I finally fulfilled my dream. I expected her to praise me for all my hard work. I'm not amazing like my sister. But as an ordinary person, I thought I could hold my head up high and proudly proclaim that I gave it my all. I thought I'd be able to say at least that much. But right now, before my very eyes, Big Sis. She took on Build 2. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. It was always me trying to get in touch with her. I tried emailing her, calling her, but no matter how I tried to contact her, she never listened. She never answered me. She never came back to the island to see me. Not even once. Apparently, she stayed in touch with Misaka-san. But she avoided me. I must have been nothing but a bother to her. I relied on her too much, and now she's done with me. She doesn't love me anymore. This must be all my fault for getting too excited about seeing her again. Who wants a dumb, overly excited little sister like me, right? I'm just in the way. And on top of that, I did it right before her important demonstration in front of a huge audience. It only makes sense that she'd abandon me for not being able to read the room. It's natural. My vision goes blurry. I wipe away the tears welling up with my hands. I'm tired of everything. No matter how hard I try to charge forward with all I've got, I know that it's all for nothing. I understand that now. I'm done. Done with making calls that'll never be answered. Done with sending messages that'll never get replies. Done chasing after my amazing, kind big sister that everyone called a prodigy. I'm done with it all. Every time. I'm always so nervous whenever I try to call Big Sis. I struggled with it for several minutes, even hours, before I finally gathered up the courage to hit the call button. I'd call even though deep inside, I was secretly hoping she wouldn't answer. And yet, every time she didn't answer, I'd feel like crying anyway. I'm alone. I did this over and over again for 7 lonely years after she left the island. I'm an idiot. I really am an idiot. She was just avoiding me the entire time. Big Sis never saw me as anything but a pain in her ass. All the tears I'd been holding back threatened to come bursting forth. I raised my head to try and hold them back. I look around me. Mr. Candy is standing nearby, furiously operating his Pokécom with his big hands. Kai. Hey, where are you? No matter how much I search, I can't find my loved childhood friend. He let go of my hand just a bit ago, but where did he go? Kai, come back. I wonder what Kai thinks of me. Well, when the Robotics Club was disbanded, he made that promise to me. Is it still okay for me to believe him? You know what would be funny? Well, Kai is probably threatening a man with a gun, looking at whips. Taiyo development looks totally back. Are they at full power? And that's the only twip. Interesting. Don't move. And the gun I'm pointing at Sawada is trembling pathetically. I'm normally calm and collected when I play Ranked Kill Ballad, but this is a completely different story. It's an actual fucking firearm. The sensation of the gun in my hands, its weight. It looks just like a toy, but in reality, it's extremely thick and feels very heavy. Shit. With openings like this, I'm practically asking to get killed. Just thinking that is enough to make me feel anxious. It's you. I don't like the way it transitioned from like his head hanging to up like that. Like it makes sense. It's not like he's being animated, but that was awkward. Sawada stays flat against the wall, making no attempt to move. Even with the gun pointed at him, he doesn't try to run away. It looks like you're hurt. His left leg is soaked in blood. The blood spread throughout his suit, darkening it. Thanks to Senomiya's lovely display. You do not need to point that thing at me. I've never had any intention of harming you from the beginning. I slowly lower the gun. As I go to put it back into my pocket, put the safety on. I imagine you want to avoid any accidental discharges. You are so smart, Sawada, because I'm not sure Kaido even understands what a safety is on a gun. Like, I don't know what he knows about guns at all. Actually. The safety. I look at the gun and find something that resembles a switch, but I don't know if it's the safety or not. I rarely look at Sawada. He gently nods, so I flip the switch to on and stuff the gun back into my pocket. The ambulances aren't coming, so we can't treat your wounds. Sorry. Do not worry about me. I performed emergency treatment myself. I have stopped the bleeding for the time being. Despite being injured, Sawada is oddly calm. Man, this guy has no weaknesses at all. And that's kind of frustrating, but I'll deal with it. I glance at the devices on the floor nearby. As far as I can tell, they're metal boxes. Each of them have about the size of a bulky dictionary. The letters NIV are written on the surfaces. There are 4 of them strewn about, 3 of which have been violently disassembled with their circuit boards and various cords yanked out. And what are these? Silent weapons. You could say they're the source of that magic. What do you mean? You live on Tanegashima, correct? In addition, you're the one who found the Kimijima reports and spread them across the world. You should understand what I mean. I gulp involuntarily. How do you know it was me? Well, first of all, if he was just bluffing, he confirmed it, so good job, Kai. Even online, nobody figured out it was me. I have been monitoring you ever since I first saw you at Robo 1. Why would you do that? I suppose you could say I was doing a follow-up investigation of the test subjects. I don't follow what he's saying at all. But despite my own confusion, I can't let those words slip by unnoticed. Are you saying I'm a test subject? What did you do to me? I've done nothing to you. Nothing at all. Then, electromagnetic irradiation. Huh? You were involved in an experiment involving electromagnetic irradiation. That is what I'm saying. Electromagnetic irradiation experiment. It suddenly hits me. In my 18 years of life, there's only one event that could fit that description. The MF anemone. The devices scattered across the floor are the same as the one that were employed back then. There were several of them placed around the inside of the venue. The devices are likely not restricted to this location alone. I heavily suspect that there were more hidden all across Odaiba. Wait, slow down! You're just dropping bombshell after bombshell like they're nothing. You expect me to keep up? What do you mean electromagnetic irradiation experiment? What the hell is happening right now? What would hiding them in Odaiba? It is magic. Did you not see it? The gigantic spire sprouting out from the sea. You mean the Grand Obelisk? Every person on Odaiba can see it with their own two eyes. But do not be fooled. It is merely an illusion. It is simply augmented reality for the naked eye. What? I'm actually quite surprised you did not consider that until now. I did kinda consider it given the difference between Iro and what they're saying. So... do you really think a structure of that scale could be constructed in a matter of hours? It's like you could read my mind. Yes, I definitely had my doubts. But I didn't entertain them. I didn't even try to. But is it really possible for everyone to see the same illusion simultaneously? Usually it's called mass hysteria, but... this device is capable of that. Sawada shifted his gaze to the boxes on the floor. The devices that emit electromagnetic waves in order to show illusions to the masses. Something like that was written in the Kimijima reports. He said that the Tavistock Institute was doing research into that kind of technology. But I didn't see any illusions on the MF anemone. In fact, all it did was leave me with these weird seizures. I had heard previously that the data on those devices was lost 10 years ago. During the Shibuya earthquake. Oh boy! The Shibuya earthquake. I'm quite acquainted with that one. Therefore, it is entirely possible that the experiment on the MF anemone utilized an incomplete version of the technology. Are you telling me that Aki-chan and I were human test subjects? And that is what I've been saying since the beginning. It was you that... Do not misunderstand. I have already told you that I did not carry out the experiment. I hold back the urge to shout at him. You're not from the Committee of 300? How much do you know about me? You didn't answer my question with another question. Just that your father works as a special advisor for Tavistock. Huh, I see. Sawada laughed to himself, or perhaps at himself, before returning to his piercing gaze. Then, without answering my question, hidden hand. His whisper sent a chill down my spine. That word again. The invisible hand of God. And Kagome Kagome. Both are keywords related to the Illuminati. Had you taken notice? Illuminati? It's a secret society that has existed for well over 200 years. One that operates beneath the Committee of 300. Are you serious? It said that Kagome Kagome is a metaphor for the Star of David. Wait, but Kagome Kagome is just a kid's song, isn't it? I believe I already told you. They've existed for well over 200 years. Both the Committee of 300 and the Illuminati were established in the 1700s. Japan was still in the middle of the Edo period at the time. It would not be strange for those invisible rulers to have extended their tentacles into the Far East, into the Golden Land, so to speak. Then, is it the Committee of 300 that's sending Kagome Kagome to everyone's Pokecoms? Presently, I believe that is their method of signaling to begin experimentation. More experiments. We are witnessing the display of a fabricated reality on a global scale. Propaganda. No. Let me rephrase. It's something far more powerful than that. Brainwashing. A whole new level of augmenting reality. At this very moment, all manner of propaganda are being implemented in real time. The reality of the common people is being distorted. An artificial paradigm shift attributed to the manipulation of information. One could say all previous experiments up until this point were held for this very day. This is the harbinger of Project Adam. Project Adam. What is manipulating information supposed to accomplish? The news that Odaiba collapse will be exposed for the light that it is within the day. Then what? Something like this can't get billions of people killed. Are you aware of what brought about the global chaos that's been occurring over the past several hours? Sawada immediately changes the subject. The solar storm, right? The biggest one we've seen yet. Even stronger than the crash of 15. Because of it, electronic devices can't be used in the chaos. And there has been no solar storm. Huh? What is he trying to say? But NASA publicized the data, and the media reported on. NASA has been under the Committee of 300's thumb ever since its creation. The mass media is also no exception. They're the vanguard of information manipulation. There hasn't been a storm? No. Yet the world has fallen into chaos over this false information. This is the fabricated reality propaganda has brought. You too are experiencing it at this very moment. A giant pillar emitting light, the sky erupting into a vast sea of rainbow, the media panicking over Odaiba's collapse. And yet here we are, having a perfectly normal conversation. Pokecoms also function as normal. A fabricated reality. Normally, nobody would ever believe that Odaiba had collapsed. But thanks to the spread of Pokecoms in Nyooooooooooom, the entire world easily bought into this false narrative. Okay, so Nyooooooooooom is displaying fake shit, so Odaiba is actually fine. Okay. To the people of the world, Nyooooooooooom is now more real than reality itself. If images of a collapsed Odaiba are uploaded to Nyooooooooooom, even if only half of the users believe what they see, that alone is over 1 billion people. If that many people truly believe something, reality becomes unstable. That's how ill-defined concepts like common knowledge are. Fabricated information can easily take the place of reality. Simply observe the history of mankind. History has always been written by the victors. That applies and extends to this very day. You make it sound like Pokecom and Nyooooooooooom are involved in this whole conspiracy. That seems like one hell of a reach. If you go that far, you might as well say that every product in the world is part of some master plan. Alright, then is the robot boom also part of this propaganda? That is correct. I was being facetious, but Sawada replies quickly without a hint of a smile. Did you not find it unnatural how the Gun Barrel anime became such a worldwide hit? How it brought with it the subsequent robot boom? There have been countless mecha anime produced over the years. Why would this one in particular become such an explosive hit, reaching heights far beyond its competitors? Is he trying to say that this was propaganda too? I mean, I'm pretty sure you could just call that good advertising, right? The robot boom stands out as the far more unnatural occurrence between the two. Reason being that the bipedal robots are a selection of culture that was cultivated in and does not extend beyond Japan. It's a niche field of research in the rest of the world. If you examine other countries such as America, you will find that they choose to prioritize 4- and 6-legged robots. Companies do not operate for the sake of romanticism. Despite this, the number of bipedal research firms has exploded in recent years. It's reasonable to assume the committee was at work behind the scenes. There are traces of vast sums of money being moved around. Why would the committee of 300 push for robot development? To make Project Mars a reality. Upon Project Atom's completion, the population would be equal to 1 billion. The technological advancement of bipedal robots will allow maintenance of human society. At any rate, the committee's ultimate goal is the completion of Project Atom. Next day is soon approaching. And the fate of 5 billion people will be determined in the days to come. Oh. Subaru's dad POV. The wind is more humid than usual. And the sky is overcast with dark clouds. It looks like it's going to rain. Expecting that, I clicked my tongue. If it was going to rain, I shouldn't have come out on the boat in the first place. I don't normally go out to sea at this hour. I go fishing well before sunrise, and I'm back in the harbor before noon. Unless I'm always at home in the afternoon, or out drinking with friends. That's been the rhythm of my life ever since I became a fisherman 20 years ago. I didn't often break that rhythm to go out to sea in the middle of the afternoon. I chose this time in particular to be here because, no matter what I do, I always get emotional when I'm home with my son. I plan to go home after aimlessly fishing off the coast for about 2 hours. I've been doing this about 3 times a week lately. A month ago, my son had an accident while working on a giant robot. He's still getting treatment for his legs. He's undergoing rehab at the hospital. They still don't know if he'll ever walk again normally without crutches. I forbade him not once, but twice from working on robots. When I heard he still hadn't learned his lesson, I considered disowning him. And there's that saying, right? 3 strikes and you're out. He was injured as a consequence of his own actions. He has no respect for his father. He went sneaking around behind my back not once, but twice. I trusted him and tried my best not to step on his toes after forbidding him such things last summer. But he came back and made me look like a damn fool. In the end, not only was he badly injured, he even caused trouble for others. Not only that, But one wrong move and he could have died. I'm his father. It makes sense that I wouldn't just let him do as he pleases. My robots of all things. Almost unconsciously, I mutter to myself. I'm surprised by my own words. My robots of all things. Am I lamenting my son's interests? Yes. Or am I questioning myself about why he is so prejudiced against robots? Yes. Damn it. Why robots? Of all things. Maybe I'm just stubborn. Yes, you are. I never cared about robots to begin with. But when my son got into them and refused to listen to me anymore, I couldn't let it stand. The hanging fishing line hadn't moved for nearly an hour. Unlike when I usually go fishing, I haven't managed to catch anything decent. I never had much interest in angling, so you could say I'm unaccustomed to it. But I don't care about catching anything, quite frankly. Lately, my son does nothing but go back and forth between his room, and the hospital. He remains quiet during meals. He keeps his emotions below the surface. Even if I raise my voice at him, he just sits there completely still, quietly hanging his head. It's as though he's lost all passion for living, like he's just going through the motions. I never thought he'd be so stubborn over giving up his interest in robots. Did I go wrong somewhere? I do my best to convince myself otherwise and dispel the thought. When I sigh, a cold droplet of water collides with my cheek. It's starting to rain. Time to head back. I pull out my fishing line and get ready to withdraw. It's then that I happen to see something in the corner of my eye. Something's flying in the air. Is it a bird? This far off the coast? I raise my head, puzzled, only to doubt my own eyes. Oh. They're robots. Countless black humanoid robots cover the sky. What the hell is this? Great question, buddy. Where did they come from? Where did they go? There wasn't a single trace of them a moment ago. Gotta say, I wasn't expecting this. Neither was I. Neither was I. All I can do is gulp as I gaze up at the bizarre sight. The end of the world. The thought runs across my mind. The ultimate project goal of Project Atom is to interfere with the sun's activity and cause an artificial solar flare. The methods is written in detail in the Kimijima reports. Of course, you would know that. Gases and plasma carried from the sun by a solar storm from an ultra-high-speed jet stream which collides with the Earth's magnetosphere. And this can potentially cause a magnetic realignment phenomenon called a magnetospheric substorm. And this substorm is what they're aiming to produce artificially. That's right, that's what's written in the reports. Its magnitude cannot even be compared to a solar storm. As an extreme example, you can think of it like the Earth getting directly scorched by a solar flare. However, the specific process for making one happen was intentionally left out of the Kimijima reports. Maybe Kimijima Code just didn't know the specifics? No. Sawada lets out a small sigh. It's like he's tired of dealing with someone who doesn't understand his lecture. What does he expect from a rural high school student? 4 months ago, a certain item was stolen from CERN. CERN. Funny, we were talking about CERN's relevance recently, as in earlier today. We being myself and Spooky. That's kind of funny. Hi, sir. Didn't miss you. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, located on the border of Switzerland and France. It's possible that the stolen item was a weapon developed in absolute secrecy. A BHB. A black hole bomb. Holy. That sounds incredibly dangerous from the name alone. Is this certain place a facility for building bombs? Not quite. No. But there have been suspicious rumors surrounding it ever since its establishment. I received info from my acquaintances that it's directly operated by the committee. It seems they even tried to build a time machine at one point in time. A time machine? Come on, this isn't some novel. You're right, it's a visual novel. Returning to the BHB, once detonated, it creates a miniature black hole that sucks in everything around it, taking special care not to leave a single speck of dust. Nuclear weapons do not even compare in terms of instantaneous explosive energy. This is not something that should cross the hands of man. We have stepped into God's domain. They're going to use that to kill everyone? But hold on, something like that shouldn't cause the magnetospheric substorm, right? Indeed. Setting it off on the surface would only serve to annihilate an area about the size of the Kanto region at most. And at most? Why would you? They're planning something far worse. Something far more efficient. They're planning to detonate the BHB, not on the surface of the Earth, but in space. I see. So they're going to use the BHB to emulate a solar storm coming into contact with the Earth's magnetosphere? It's a place known commonly as a flashpoint, a location right between the Earth and the Moon, about 130,000 kilometers from Earth. This is where the solar storm and the Earth's magnetosphere collide. By detonating a BHB there, it's virtually guaranteed to generate a substorm in the Earth's magnetosphere. They would hit the entirety of Earth, resulting in the deaths of 5 billion people, as stated in the Kimijima reports. I can't help but gulp. It may also result in monopoles raining down on the planet, much like at the park near your house. Monopole, you say? Is now an appropriate time to slap a monopole with googly eyes on my head? Yes. Yes, it is. There we go, monopole. Wonderful. This is what everyone signed up for. This guy, he even knew about that. He said he was monitoring you since Robo 1, so yeah. These numerous monopoles would be controlled and managed by the committee, and humanity would enter a new 21st century industrial revolution. All of this is included in the plot detailed by Project Adam. The chaos right now is essentially a smokescreen, so they can launch the BHB into space undetected. But how? And from where? Wait, how heavy would a BHB even be? I have a guess that just came to mind, and I don't like that guess. If it can cause an absurd disaster that affects the entire planet, something that powerful would have to be huge, right? I doubt it's something you can carry in a rucksack. And with our current level of technology, we only have one way of sending stuff into space. The rocket. It looks like he had the same realization I did. Hayaki did the rocket launch yet? Yeah. The puzzle pieces in my head started to fall into place, taking the shape of a black rocket. No. That rocket being assembled at the TNSC right now is gonna be used to. How very perceptive of you. I wasn't sure before Senomiya stabbed me in the back, but I am now. There can be no doubt. They plan to launch the BHP from Tanegashima. Misaki POV again. What is she up to? And by the time I enter the chief's office, the outcome has already been decided. Misaki, it's you! Site chief of the Tanegashima Space Center, Senomiya Kenichiro, sees my face and his eyes widen. 4 of my comrades have guns pushed up against him. He's standing frozen still in the front of his table. On top of said table is a single teacup and some pastries. I look at them, I can't help but laugh at myself. Father, I apologize, but we have to restrain you. Who would have thought that this would be our first exchange in so many years? I certainly didn't expect this when I left the island 7 years ago. Even if this was inevitable. As far as missions go, the assault on the Tanegashima Space Center was an easy one. It's not a military facility, so the security in place might as well be a decoration. They stood no chance against Kaminagi with myself on board. Or the 12 armed soldiers equipped with black military hugs that came with me. We made a fairly showy and imposing landing on the coast, and within 10 minutes of issuing our warning, everyone had fled. Should any futile resistance present itself, we would be forced to go around and kill everyone, one by one. It's far more efficient for them to flee like they did. Their escape matters little. All means of communication between the island and mainland have been severed. No ships or aircraft will be leaving. Even if they leave by private boat and seek help from the JSDF in Okinawa, they won't be able to do anything. But while we let everyone escape, my father, the chief, stayed behind by himself. He chose to remain here as chief, granting the others enough time to escape. Does that sound right? Noble, certainly. But that's what people refer to as dying in vain. Why are you? It seems that Dad has forgotten there are guns being pointed at him. He tries to draw closer to me, a dumbfounded expression on his face. I click my tongue and press my handgun against his head. Don't move. If you move, I will kill you. Dad stops in his tracks. Can you explain what's going on? What is all of this? You have no need to know. Is the rocket assembly complete? Yes, it's done, but... We'll be making use of it. Right now, launch sites all over the world are preparing rockets for launch. It's a total coincidence. Due to reports detailing the high chance of a solar storm hitting in 2019, rocket launches were delayed worldwide. Then, in November of last year, the solar storm arrived as expected. After that, countries all over started making launch preparations, so the timing ended up lining up. Tanegashima is no exception. The private company that requested this launch placed their order with JAXA right after the Earth was hit. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to plan. Simply put, we got to pick whichever launch site we wanted. The BHP is now in our hands. We brought it ashore with us, and we could put the payload on board anytime. To get the cargo on board, we even brought on a man involved in rocket assembly work for NASA. He could finish the work in a little over a day. X hour for launch will likely be the day after tomorrow at noon. What on earth could be your objective here? The rocket is the crux of Project Atom. Anyone who attempts to get in the way of this launch will be shown no mercy. Wait, are you going to use it to commit an act of terrorism? You're going to smear your own country's space program with blood? Misaki, what happened to you? How long have you been like this? You were never the kind of person who could do something like this. You loved robots. You loved watching rocket launches. You were such a kind girl. And yet, you're going to use the TNSC, a place your father is so proud of, for terrorism? That's right. Noticing how weakly he's trying to argue with me, I reply with cold words. I want him to shut up. He's fallen to his knees, crestfallen, his shoulders dropping low. And yet, he's still trying to lecture me. Why here, of all places? Don't you remember, Misaki? This island is your home. I'm fully aware. But do you want to know why we picked this place? It's because I just so happened to be your daughter. That's all. It wasn't out of resentment. It was the simplest option. Nothing more. Nothing less. I've never been to launch sites in America or Russia. I am, however, intimately familiar with the TNSC, considering it was only a 15-minute drive from my old house by scooter. You really... Misaki? I don't want to continue this conversation. I give my 4 comrades the signal, and they proceed to restrain Dad. I apologize, Father, but you're going to be held captive for a little while. Don't worry, we won't kill you. You'll be released right after the plan is complete. That said, if things go as planned, 5 billion people will be dead. You and I might not make it. Misaki, stop it. Stop this. Rockets must be used for peace and harmony. That is the spirit of JAXA. You've watched me ever since you were a child, so you must know that, right? Please, don't use that rocket for something so awful. Misaki, listen to me. Please. Dad continues to try to appeal to me, so I draw close to him. Stop struggling. It's unsightly. I thrust my fist into Dad's stomach. Was he always such a small person? Has he thinned out over the last 7 years? I want to ask if he's eating properly, but that's personal business, so I elect not to. As Dad groans in pain, my comrades drag him out of the room. Left alone in the chief's office, I take a look around. On my dad's desk is a Fink toy. Several months before graduating high school, I made one for everyone in the family. I reach my fingers out toward it. But the moment I'm about to touch it, my Pokécom begins to ring. I left video chat on for the mission. I put my Pokécom and unmute it. There's no image, it's voice only. This is Priest 1. Arrived at Point Beta, starting takeover operation. Understood. Point Alpha is already under control. I look out the window. Dark clouds stain the sky black. I can't read. Looks like it's about to pour any second now. I hate the rain. When it rains, rockets can't be launched after all. When it would start raining near a scheduled launch day, my usual comrade would turn anxious and frustrated. I hated how it felt being around him when he was like that. If the launch got postponed, nobody in the family would be able to talk to him. So whenever a launch drew near, Aki and I would make little Teru Teru Bozu dolls together. Let's just say that nobody on Tanegashima could compete with our Teru Teru Bozu crafting skills. Don't get sentimental, Misaki. I'm probably acting like this because even after 7 years, nothing here has changed. What's the weather report for the day after tomorrow? I speak out to no one in particular. There's nobody in this room but me right now. Or so I thought. The weather for the day after tomorrow, February 28th, for Yokoshima and Tanegashima, will be clear. The same forecast as when I checked earlier. It's going to rain tomorrow. But the day after that will be sunny and clear. Chance of precipitation, 10%. I hate weather reports even more now. The center of my head starts throbbing in pain. I can't help but clutch my forehead as I grip my teeth. So, you're still standing there, even now, Sister Centipede. In the back of my mind, I have flashbacks of that day. It was a terribly hot and humid summer night. The night sky was bright, as if it was lit up by the sun itself. I was covered in sweat. Sister Centipede, not Airi, looked at me emotionlessly. Saying nothing, she stared at me. Everything was decided on that day 9 years ago. That was the day that I was possessed. The day I was contaminated. Were you aware of the fact that, as of today, major rocket launch sites worldwide had launches scheduled for this week? What? It's not just the TNSC? Cape Canaveral, Baikonur, Guyana, Zikong. I don't like that those are all tips, because I don't know any of these places. In Tanegashima, Japan. This is the first time this has happened in the entire history of space exploration. There have never been this many at one time before. Are you saying it was planned? No, it's the opposite. In truth, this was a total coincidence. It's all thanks to last year's solar storm. However, it is also true that they gave special attention to such a coincidence. At first, we suspected that they were the ones behind the scheduled launches at these 5 locations. But no matter how much we investigated, there was not a single trace of evidence. The rockets were all completely clean. From that point, we were forced to make an educated guess, speculating that they would attempt to hijack one of these rockets right before launch. We have been trying to narrow down which of the locations they would utilize, but Sen and Mia's actions today made it crystal clear. They intend to use Tanegashima. The VHB is likely resting on the island as we speak. A chill runs down my spine. A bomb powerful enough to wipe out the entire Kanto region is on the island. If that's true. If they were able to explode on the surface due to any kind of slip-up, the entire island would be wiped from the face of the earth. Mom, Dad, and everyone I know is on that island. All the former members of the Robotics Club were in danger. Frau, Juna, and Subaru. Everyone at JAXA was so happy they were getting to launch a rocket again. The Tanegashima Space Center is likely in the hands of the enemy right now. We need to call the police. The police isn't enough. We need the GSDF to deploy and... that would be pointless. It's already too late. Too late? Why do you... Right now, information throughout the world is either being blocked or fabricated. In a situation like this, even if we asked the government to stop the launch, the JSDF would not deploy. The same goes for the USFJ. It's total chaos. The call would most likely not connect, and even if it did, they would interpret it as a prank call. In truth, I did try contacting the JSDF base directly, but I did not receive a response. They're loading a black hole bomb onto a rocket in order to launch it into space. And it wouldn't matter how you went about telling anyone, be it face-to-face, in a call, in a letter, or whatever, there's no way they would take it seriously. It'd be impossible to get anyone to believe something that batshit crazy. I have met with the current administration's Minister of Defense several times, so I attempted to call him directly. No such luck. Our only option is to intervene personally. However, we are way too far from the island. I could arrange for a charter plane from Haneda, but I have no way of getting in contact with them. No planes are grounded. The train lines have all been stopped. The highways seem to be totally gridlocked. A ship would take too much time. There's no way to travel from Tokyo to Tanegashima in such a short period of time. Was this the Committee of 300's goal all along? Is Misane... Is Senomiya Misaki the ringleader? Sawada glances at my face. He hasn't attempted to smile even once this entire time. I mean, why would he? There's no doubt. The fact that he sounded slightly apologetic only further irritates me. What do you know about Misane? Why would she do something like this? The way she acted earlier, it was nothing like her. She should have been piloting that spider hub, but she vanished without a trace. The bullet you shot her with didn't even leave a scratch. It's like she was a ghost. Was that even really Misane? I'm under the impression that what we saw is an illusion, similar to the space elevator currently sitting atop the ocean. And perhaps it would be easier to understand if I said it's akin to the AR visible to the naked eye. The specifics were written in the Kimijima reports. My guess is that it's another application of AR tech. Everything she said to you was likely programmed in advance as well. She was designed to make it look like she boarded Sumeragi. Why go through all that trouble? I'm wondering that myself. The robot known as Sumeragi cannot be operated by one with pure flesh and blood. What in the world is that supposed to mean? It's designed for someone already equipped with a hug. Only a person wearing a special hug known as Kaminagi can operate Sumeragi. Kaminagi is classified as a pilot-type hug. It stands about 5 meters tall. A 5-meter hug? And what does he mean by pilot-type? I can't even visualize what it'd look like. The cockpit of Sumeragi was designed for Kaminagi to ride inside of. But they said it has a 5-finger system, so it can be controlled with only the pilot's fingers. The piloting is done using the FOS, but Sumeragi is still just a concept model. It was developed as a set with Kaminagi. That is the reason. It has no versatility as of right now. They would not recognize anyone not wearing Kaminagi. It would refuse to activate. It was not even connected to the network in the venue. It's a completely standalone system. Standalone, a term referring to a computer that's not connected to any other computer or network. Another possibility I can think of is that Sanemiya's comments were among the venue staff. They could have tampered with its programming in order to make it go berserk. At any rate, the only reason I can think of in regards to why they would show Sanemiya entering the robot is as some preserved masturbatory display. It was both a diversion and a way of taunting me for knowing nothing. How much has Akiho suffered because of that one decision alone? Then, where is she? The real Misane. Did she actually die years ago and she's being kept alive as an AR annotation or something? Please tell me that's not true. I consider the possibility that she only exists on the internet, like Airi, and I shudder. The Misane I've always looked up to. The Misane who Akiho loves. I don't want to believe this is possible. But it's true that I haven't seen her in person in 7 years. I have no evidence that she's still alive. At the very least, I met Sanemiya over 3 days ago. And I can guarantee that she was very real. How would you know that? I had her test out a new bodysuit designed for hugs. It was something the company made. A female staff member helped her put it on at the time, and we talked for a short time afterward. Fine, then where the hell is the real Misane right now? Sawada shakes his head lightly. The highest possibility is Tanegashima. Misane is on Tanegashima. And that's way too ironic. She hasn't been home in 7 years. Is Misane the mastermind behind Project Adam? Does she have connections to the Committee 300 or the Tavistock Institute? Sanemiya is most likely a mere pawn. A pawn. A device meant to be used and subsequently discarded. There's no way I could believe that. I've had enough of this bullshit. Calm down, Kaido. I whisper to myself and take a deep breath. I want a space candy. And they always help me focus. I just realized something. What? Everything you're saying is just one big conspiracy theory. You're basically explaining everything away with your own delusions. You have no evidence for any of it. You're lying through your teeth. You're trying to confuse me with your own fabrications. Brainwashing, propaganda. You explained it all in detail to me specifically for that reason, right? Were you ordered to do this by the Tavistock Institute? Considering I spread the reports, it must be one hell of a thorn in their side. You're just feeding me this bullshit in order to confuse me. You won't trick me. I won't fall for it. You're on the side of the Committee of 300. You're my enemy. Are you going to kill me just like you killed Kimijima Ko and Kogori Minami? Where's Misane? Tell me where she is right now. Despite my threatening attitude, Sawada remains unfazed. That composure of his pisses me off, so I grab him by the collar. Answer me! I don't care if Sawada's leg is injured. I raise him up by the neck. Sawada's face contorts slightly, as if he's in pain. It's true that my father, Miguel Stanton Progrio, is a special advisor in the Tavistock Institute. And that's not all. He's a member of the Committee of 300. I knew it. But that's purely my father. I, however, am revolting against the committee. Bullshit. And don't blame me for thinking I'm one of them. But there's a scar on my back, about 50 centimeters in length, given to me by an assassin that my father sent after me. Do you wish to see it? Hell no! It's not evidence of anything. There's nothing I can do. You may kill me though. Just be quick about it. What's your deal? Do you think I can't do it? Don't test me. I can kill someone like you, no problem. I can. Sawada isn't resisting anymore. In fact, his face is already going pale. I snap to my senses and release him from my grip. You really are a coward. Damn it. I'm pathetic. I knew I didn't have it in me to kill someone. I understand why you'd be suspicious of me. I was too close to the committee. Over time, they started to repulse me, and I could no longer let them do as they pleased. Though, with only the power I wield, destroying them was a dream within a dream. But even then, I thought that if I kept working on it, I'd eventually have the power to take them down for good. I have allies who are willing to fight alongside me. And they came to oppose the committee after noticing their dreadful plans for humanity. Their attempts were made on their lives. After attempts were made on their lives, I can read. I do not know if you ever heard of them, but among our ranks, there are those such as Lightning Fast Needhart, as well as Dash. I had a feeling as he was speaking. I don't have a clue who those people are, and I don't care. You called me Sane upon earlier. So you know, great. You know who's using her. Who is the mastermind behind Project Atom? If you've been able to follow everything I've said so far, you should already know the answer. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me already. Who the hell is it? Do you truly not know? Yuro, happiness for you. Hidden Hand, Tanagashima, Senomiya, MF Anemone, EM Irradiation Experiments, Monopoles. Exoskeleton, Propaganda, misinformation about a 2020 solar storm, the Committee of 300, and the Tavistock Institute. Huh? They're all connected to the Kimijima reports. And suddenly, just like that, only one name surfaces in my mind. My hair stands on end. No way! So what a weekly nods his head before continuing. The name of the mastermind behind Project Atom, the man currently at the head of this operation, is Kimijima-ko. Kimijima-ko still lives. I'm banned at Tanegashima Airport Hotel. Frau POV. You're getting a Frau POV. Frau sound. After finally arriving upon the info, I chew on my nails in front of my monitor. I don't get this at all. The information is as follows. The old Minamitane Community Center should be abandoned, but a company bought it in secret and pays the electric bill. It's a small company in Tokyo called Taiyo Development. Due to them paying the bill, the device used to make monopoles fall, the M-wave irradiation device, continues to function. It's on the first floor of the building. Oh, and another thing. Kimijima-ko's vacation home. It was similarly abandoned, but Aritan's cold sleep device continued to function in the basement. I investigated who was paying the electric bill, and it seems a company called Commit bought the old place. I wouldn't be a real ad-channeler if I didn't immediately rush to investigate the two companies for anything in common. The Special Forces Division, aka just me, was fully mobilized. I stayed up all night to heavily look into things. As far as what I found, well, Taiyo Development is a construction/engineering firm. Commit Company is the restaurant consultant industry, Indo. But they're both shell corporations. There are no buildings for them at the registered addresses. It was easy enough to investigate from Tanegashima using the street view function in Utero. While initially it looked like both companies had nothing in common, Both being shell corporations instantly changed things. I thought that the company director for both companies might be the same person, but that wasn't the case. But as I did further research, I found that both companies received loans from a lease company called Hoshita. What kind of shell corporation would take out a loan? SMH. On top of that, Hoshita's special advisor was the deputy director and joint investor at the time of Happiness 4U's founding. Their name is Hoshita Sakae. TLDR. The money used to maintain Kimijima-ko's crap on Tanegashima came from his old acquaintances via shell corporations. Hot and steamy friendships, FTW. I could easily make a thin book out of this. Wait, no way, no way. It's so important I said it twice. It's almost too fishy. Someone pressed the intercom button outside. Is it the glass company? Ever since they replaced all the broken glass in November, a dealer comes by once a week. It's extremely annoying. Nobody else should be dropping by. Nishio-senpai and Press-senpai are in Tokyo doing scandalous things together, and Tracksuit-sensei went with them. Karate-senpai is screwed up mentally, and Forrest can't move due to his busted leg. Okay, then who is it? Whoever they are, they're mad impatient. Frau, looks like you have a guest. You should answer. Give them a super energetic greeting. Shut up, Genki-kun bot. See, it's ringing. Answering is what friends are for. Bring up the intercom camera, Rosetta. Okay, bringing up now. The first floor entrance. I take a look at the camera feed, but nobody is there. Where are they? Ding-dong ditching is unforgivable. I shall have my revenge. Sometimes you just gotta sock your friends right in the face. Shut up, Genki-kun. It all happens instantaneously. The second I hear a gunshot outside my door, two men holding guns quickly come charging into the room. Without time to even make a sound, my arm gets twisted behind me, and I'm pinned to the ground. Don't move. Make a sound and we'll kill you. I can't even raise my head. Moving my neck even slightly causes intense pain to run down my locked arm. I can't see what the men look like. It hurts too much, I'm too scared. I feel like I'm about to scream, but I grit my teeth and force myself not to. Frau, it's okay to have fights with your friends sometimes. Genki-kun's carefree voice rings throughout the room. But you have to make up after the fight so you can be friends again. That's what true friendship is. Someone smashes my Pokecom screen with the butt of their gun. Genki-kun goes silent with a broken screen. Target B secured. Restraining them now. Priest 3, what's your status? Priest 3, Priest 4. Report your status. What's the delay? There's no answer from the two on watch. The two men go silent in their confusion. They still have their guns pushed against the back of my head. I'm scared shitless. My teeth are chattering from the fear. I'm worried that the sound will anger my captors, so I bite down as hard as I can. I'm biting down so hard that it feels like I'm gonna start bleeding. Stand her up. Let's move. Get up. They pull me up by the arm. Pain shoots up through my joints, causing me to tear up. Priest 3, Priest 4, respond. Priest 3, what's going on? They won't be answering anytime soon. What? My arm is suddenly released, and I hit the floor. Now on my hands and knees, I raise my head slightly. I look toward the entrance of my room, where the new voice came from. Stating there he is. Yep. The two downstairs are enjoying nap time. Tenochishi? Who art? Her movements are almost light speed. Given how she acts normally, her current reaction speed is unbelievable. In a flash, she closes the distance between herself and the two strong men that had their guns raised. She slams her knee into the first man's face, riding her momentum from earlier. You. Unshaken by the fate of his comrade, the other man points his gun at Tenochishi. Bush is already at his chest. She grabs the man's gun arm and spins around to his back, slamming her heel into his Achilles tendon. As the man falls on his back, Tenochichi drops her knee into this man's face without a moment's hesitation. The brawny man's body quivers for a moment before going limp. Damn it. The man who suffered a knee to the face groans as he tries to get up, but Tenochichi is too fast for him. She plants a roundhouse kick into the defenseless man's jaw. Flawless victory. And just like that, both men are sprawled across the floor, unconscious. Fair. Holy shit, that was amazing! How is she so strong? What was that just now? No matter how you look at it, she has to be a manga heroine. I'm not accepting any other answers, thank you very much. In a matter of seconds, she put down two heavily armed adult men without as much of a scratch, which is completely OP. I'm so incredibly excited that I sink to the floor with stars in my eyes. And you're the worst kind of scum. What sort of men team up on a girl like that? As for Tenochishi, she seems pretty upset. But as soon as she notices my gaze, she reverts to her usual self with a smile. Everything's alright now. I'm pretty strong, right? I learned it all from my dad. Yeah, figures. Now then, what's our next move? I have no clue what's going on, but there is one thing I'm certain of. I've decided, henceforth, you'll be known as Nae-sama. Huh? I'm not exactly the Yuri type, but I'd be totally down to let Nae-sama have her way with me. Screw it, take me right now. Gay as fuck. Perfect in Pride Month. At times like this, the Street View mode on Iro is handy. I mean, who upped the picture of Odaiba anyway? If the buildings were destroyed that badly, people at the venue might be dead. Plus there's a solar storm, but somehow the whole thing was uploaded normally. Hoshida Sakai? Who was that again? I think I heard of him. Everyone, please come home safe. Where is Mitsuhiko wandering around? That is a great question, Mr. Candy. My senses tell me this smells very fishy. Did he just say Kimijima-ko is alive? This has to be a joke. What else could it be? I forced out a smile. That's impossible. I saw Kimijima-ko's death reported on the local news. The police found his remains. I mean, I didn't see it directly. I was still a kid at the time, and I just happened to be hospitalized. But when I first found the Kimijima reports, I went to the town library to look up newspapers from that time. I don't have concrete evidence of it myself. However, the more I think about it, the more I dig, the more I have come to believe that he must be alive. But it was in the newspaper. They found Kimijima Ko's body. It was about 2 weeks after the MF Anemone incident. The MF Anemone. Kimijima Ko died around the same time that the MF Anemone incident took place. Why didn't I realize until now that these two incidents occurred so closely together? I believe I already told you. The MF Anemone incident was an electromagnetic irradiation experiment. The man in charge of it was Kimijima Ko. Let's just say that he is one of the many products birthed by the Tavistock Institute. Interesting phrasing. What? Is he saying Kimijima Ko is a member of the Institute? The silent weapon created with the specific purpose of inciting and brainwashing the public. That is who Kimijima Ko is. I've had enough of your delusions. That man died nearly 10 years ago. You're being manipulated. Sawada raises his voice for the first time. But that's crazy. This is all completely crazy. So what you're saying is the Kimijima reports I spent all that time searching for, the reports written to warn and protect the world, all of it was bullshit? You're telling me that Kimijima Ko and his pawn, Misunai, were behind the MF Anemone incident? Yes. That's exactly what it's saying. Good job, Kaido. But we don't believe that. There's no way I could stay sane. Both of them were behind the incident the entire time? There's no way. Hey, I'm on the brink of losing it here. So please, tell me you're lying. Tell me this is all just delusional nonsense. Tell me. The world I believed in up until now had been turned upside down. Has been, rather. The people I believed in up until now. This is all the truth. And I don't want to know the truth anymore. Ignorance is bliss. Mizuka-san was right. I opened Pandora's box. I was a fool. Please, say something. I don't care if you lie. Just tell me, this is all just a delusion. Unfortunately, it is all the truth. Sawada has no mercy. He completely ignores my pleas. It was Senomiya herself who alluded to the possibility that Kimijima Ko was still alive. In retrospect, that was the exact moment when I began to trust Senomiya fully. From then on, we worked together to follow an trail that Kimijima Ko left behind. But in reality, Senomiya was masterfully feeding me false information. And that is why, even after 3 years of digging, I could never find him. Believe me, I am just as much of a fool. In truth, Kimijima-ko effectively guided us with his misinformation. And you fell for it just as hard as I did, Yashio Kaido. I'm not blaming you. Neither of us could have done a thing against the silent weapon. The Kimijima reports are just another piece of propaganda designed to deceive the world. Kimijima-ko casually spread his false information, thereby manipulating others to propagate it worldwide. As it continued to snowball, it would transform from urban legends into real full-on global conspiracy theories. Speculation beckons further speculation. The real truth becomes uncertain, hidden in a sea of information. And so, the world is deceived. The people start finding faults in everything, and all swells and festers until it reaches its utmost limit and explodes. The symbol of that is the Grand Obelisk, and the collapse of Odaiba. The reality is that there have been no natural disasters today. There has been no solar storm. All that happened on Odaiba was Tsunomiya Misaki's hug rampage. Everyone here is seeing the same illusion. Fake images of a collapsed Odaiba has been uploaded to Iruo. Unexplainable blackouts in big cities all across the world. Countless rumors are circulating the internet. The media is picking them up and spreading them, creating an explosion of fake news. A selection of robots have had their AIs hijacked, similar to the insurrection of last year, but the scale is currently unknown. Beyond that, there are riots being caused by people manipulated by all this fake information. The entire world has been made to dance in the palm of one hand. But why? I told you in the very beginning. There's only one objective amidst all this chaos. The execution of Project Atom. In order to guarantee its success, all eyes must be turned away from Tanegashima. Is this all really necessary just to... And yet, it is clear his plan has succeeded. The militaries and police forces of the world have had their hands full trying to suppress the chaos. Even as a rocket that will end the world is being readied for launch as we speak. If the USFJ deployed from Okinawa, they could put an end to all of this in a heartbeat. But they cannot do that. Right now, other than the enemy, the only people who know about the rocket are likely you and I. And we have no way of stopping it. Not so much in my wounds. Looking closer, I notice that his face has gone even paler. He said he performed emergency treatment on himself, but there's a pool of blood spreading out underneath him. Are you okay? Well, if nothing else, I'll not be moving normally for a while. But do not worry about me. I'll find some way to contact my people before I die. And they are fairly reliable. We do not have much time, but if I can get in touch with them, they might just be able to pull something off. I mean, given that your connections are Daru and Takumi, I'm sure they will. What? I don't know, but if anyone, those two groups, definitely. You don't worry too much about your previous actions. At least Takumi, yeah? You just happened to get targeted by Kimijima-ko. If it was not you, it would have been someone else, and the Kimijima reports would have been released just the same. He's right. But Kimijima-ko chose me as his target. Misane knew that, yet she still partnered up with him. I chased her all this time. Misane was always my goal. But she's... No, you're just thinking about Taku's tip. All my girlfriends are here and want me to go outside, guess I'll go, blah. Yep. I will like to note that his twip definitely had a space between girl and friends. She's... I need to go home. Good luck with that, buddy. Before we continue reading, I want to double check something. Cause wasn't phase 11 supposed to be short, according to my words? That's what I understood. Maybe I misinterpreted this playlist. Cause I was thinking, well, maybe somehow, some way, I managed to like misinterpret like the phase 12 ones, cause there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's like at least 5. Yeah, there's 5 phase 12 ones, so like, oh no, maybe I misinterpreted that. Wait. Oh, I think maybe parts are missing. Cause like, this isn't where phase 11 started. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they somehow missed part of phase 11. Or I'm misremembering. Either way, we still have a decent amount to go through. I'll just keep reading. I'll shut up and just keep reading. I might toss the little bit from phase 10 from this onto the next. The previous, rather. I'll shut up. I need to go home. Back home to Tanegashima. And how exactly do you plan to do that? I don't know, but... Right now, I'm the only one who could stop that rocket launch, right? You need to do something. For some reason, a dry laugh escapes my mouth. I don't feel like I've been betrayed. This is all on me for placing my own expectations on her. And who knows, maybe Misane doesn't think she's betrayed us at all. The true identity of this emotion that's been smoldering at the bottom of my heart. I'm frustrated. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm frustrated as hell. I worked so hard to catch up to her. I thought I was close. If I ran after her for just a little longer, I'd finally reach her. But now that I'm finally here, I discovered she never thought of me as anything more than an NPC. One that had outlived its use and was thrown away a long time ago. It just frustrates me to no end. Which is why I'm going to stop it. If I don't, I'll never be able to move on. I can't stand this. I hate this. I may have lost, but I refuse to give up. I'm frustrated. Hell, I'm pissed. The only way for me to turn back around is to take my one chance and make a comeback. I won't give a damn if Kimijima-ko's my ally or my enemy. And I sure as hell don't give a damn about Misane's true intentions. They challenged me. I got tricked and dragged into a match that I didn't even know I was in. And now I know they've picked a fight with me. I'm not gonna just lie down and let them win. I'm putting everything on the line this time. you. When I glance over at Sawada, he looks genuinely surprised. I'll do whatever it takes to get back to the island. Sawada quietly chuckles and shrugs his shoulders. Well, if you're planning on heading back, take that with you. Sawada points out a knapsack with an IV device inside. And once you've met adequate with your radiation device. It is useless by itself. It will not activate without a special cartridge inserted into the slot. But if you do find a way to use it, you will have a powerful weapon in your arsenal. Remember, your enemy is human. If you hit them with an Eon waves, you could force them to see your illusions. Artificial Giglomaniac? That's what I'm getting from this. Make good use of it. Good use, huh? I pick up the knapsack and sling it over my shoulder. I then remove the handgun from my pocket and place it at Sawada's feet. I'll be returning this. I have no use for that thing in my game. I see. Sawada doesn't even look at the gun. If you manage to get to Tanegashima in one piece, give codename S. Braun my regards. I wonder who that could be. S. Braun. Who's that? Don't worry about it, Kaido. He'll know. I do not know their real name. They're one of my comrades, but I only know them online. They told me that they know you. I'll keep that in mind. After shooting him a response, I exit the expo arena without looking back. The sun's gone down. Even at night, the grand obelisk floats up into the darkness. The moon illuminating the night is thin and waning. This might be the quietest night I've ever seen in Tokyo. Is it because of the lack of cars? Until yesterday, the city was lit up to a dazzling degree, but there are almost no lights tonight. It's extremely dark out. That said, it's still brighter than Tanegashima at night. On the opposite shore, the heart of Tokyo's 23 wards looks darker than usual too. I wonder when this place will recover from the blackout. God, this is so frustrating. How much of Sawada's words were true? How much was it just his delusions? I can't sort it out right now. Sawada and Kimijima-ko. There's no way for me to check who's right or wrong, and it's not like you can fix the blackout myself. I've been walking around Odaiba all night trying to figure out my next move. It took me a while, but I've concluded I'd have to walk all the way to Haneda Airport. Compared to daytime, there are much fewer people walking around. Most people have been hiding out indoors in places such as the Expo Arena Sky, Fuji Sun TV, hotels, shopping malls, etc. In Odaiba, there was a clear distinction between who wanted to leave and who wanted to stay. Seems like most of the people who decided to leave headed in the direction of Harumi to reach the city center. Not being able to use a car is a pretty big deal. The cars on the road are able to move normally, so almost all of them left Odaiba. I hardly see any left. The giant parking garages are something else, though. I guess the people who parked in there had to give up on... I guess the people who parked in there had to give up on getting their cars. The garages have electronic blocks. There are service robots blocking both the exits and entrances. They're oddly firm about it, so no one's getting in or out. I'm sure you could probably force your car through. But nobody's even tried. Are they just assuming it'd be impossible? I guess people are assuming that electronic devices are unusable because of the storm. The cars would be too. This is absurd. And there are still over 1,000 people in Odaiba. Not a single one of them thought to force their car through. Is this another effect of the propaganda? Back in the hotel lobby, Misery Candy informs me that Akiho is resting in her room.
Aki-chan,
Aki-chan, are you awake? The door was unlocked. So when I enter without knocking, I see Akiho sitting on the bed, clutching her knees.
Aki-chan.
Aki-chan.
Knock.
Knock.
Ma.
Relax. Don't worry about that at a time like this.
Kai.
I'm sorry. Akiho's voice was barely audible. Right now, I want you to leave me alone. Why? Because my face is a mess. I don't want you to see me like this. She's been like this ever since you left the expo arena. And that said, I have no intention of doing as told. I start packing up my things from the corner of the room. I get how you feel, Aki-chan. I know just how much you love Misane. And yet that same person destroyed the robot you worked so hard to build with your friends. You'd have to be crazy to not be torn up over this. But if you fall apart here, it wouldn't be like the ridiculously optimistic Aki-chan I know. It's times like this that the normal you would bust out a Gunver line. A blast of... That's not me! I'm not optimistic at all! Akiho raises her head and screams at me hysterically. Her sharp glare pierces through me. And I'm actually a little surprised. I've never seen Akiho snap like this. I want to cry all the time! I wanted to try calling Big Sis every single day, but I did it because I was too afraid she'd hate me. I could have gone to see her anytime I wanted, but I didn't. I was scared. I was too scared. Hi. For 7 years, I've been scared to death of seeing my sister again. It's all because of what she said to me before she left the island. And no matter what I do, I'll always be ordinary. I was always afraid that from her point of view, I was just a pathetic, annoying little sister. Akiho isn't even trying to hold back her tears anymore. How much has she cried today? Too much. Her eyes are swollen and red. I should have never come to Tokyo. I never should have built that robot. I should have never seen my sister. I should have never had a dream. You don't want to see Misane one more time and tell her everything properly this time? I don't want to see her anymore. And even if I did, she wouldn't even look at me. I just can't. Not anymore. I'm tired. I want to be alone for a little while. In that case, feel free to mope around as much as you want in here. But I'm not gonna sit here and watch Aki-chan. Quite frankly, I'm disappointed. Kai,
そんなこと
don't say things like that. I lift up my bag after I finish stuffing it full of the essentials.
俺は何としても
I'm
島
gonna
に
do
戻る
whatever I can to get home. Huh?
島に戻って
Home?
どうす
What are
る
you
つもり
gonna do?
ミサ姉は今
It's very lucky that
Tanegashima
Misane is on
にいる可能性が高い。
Tanegashima right now. No
そう
way.
もう一度ミサ姉に
I'm
会う
going
ん
to
だ
go see her.
それじゃ
Later. Kai! Nakiho panics and tumbles off of the bed. But instead of helping her up, I immediately exit the room. Every minute, every second counts. First things first, I need to get to the airport. I tell Mr. Candy to take care of Agiho, then I leave the hotel and check my map. The quickest way to Haneda Airport is by riding the Aqualiner, but it's unfortunately out of service. By foot, I have 3 paths available to me. Route A, I cross the Rainbow Bridge. Then, I walk south along the coast of Shinagawa. However, the bridge is closed, so that won't work. Route B, the Shido Expressway base shore route via the Tokyo Bay Tunnel, is the shortest route back to the island. It's a highway, so it'd normally be off limits to pedestrians, but considering it's closed for traffic right now, there won't be any cars. That would be my chance. Route C, from Alumi, I'll take the Tokyo Port Rinkai Tunnel, exiting out of Heiwajima. It isn't a highway, but it isn't meant for pedestrians either.
一番わかりや
Let's
すい
go with the most obvious choice. Right below the bridge, I could see the base shore route shrouded in darkness. I'd be safe to assume it's dark inside the tunnel too. Glad I brought a flashlight with me. Kai, wait! Makiho comes chasing after me. When she catches up, she grabs onto my arm and clings to it. Hey, wait!
一人でどうやって
How are you gonna
島に
get
戻
back
る
to the island alone?
とりあえず羽田まで
First, I need to get to
あとそれ
Haneda.
から考え
I'll
る
figure things out from there.
歩けば3時間ぐらいあ
It'll
れば
take me
た
about
どり着け
3
る
hours to get there on foot.
でも
But there aren't any planes flying.
出ないよ
もしかしたら
Who knows?
突然
Maybe
鹿児
flights to
島行きの便
Kagoshima
が
will
復活した
suddenly
りす
get
るかもしれない
restored.
鹿児島じゃなくて
It
も
doesn't have to be
九州
Kagoshima.
のどこかま
I'm
で
fine with anywhere in Kyushu.
とにかく
Either way,
何としてでも
I have to go
ミサ
see
姉に会わなくちゃ
Misane,
ならない
no matter what it takes.
アキちゃんも読んだでしょ
Maki-chan,
虹ま
you
で
read them too, right? The Kimijima reports?
あそこに書かれてた
You know
プロ
about
ジェクト
Project
アトム
Atom.
ミサ姉は
It's possible that
Ima,
Misane is in the
Masa,
process of making that into reality.
TNSC の
She's trying to use the
ロケットを
TNSC
悪い
rocket to kill
と
5
50
billion
億人を殺そう
people.
としてるんだよ
Makiho's eyes widen as she shakes her head in denial. I grab her by the shoulders and look her straight in the eyes.
そして
Right
それ
now,
を知ってるの
we're the
は
only ones in the world who
とこ
know
ろ俺
that.
たちだけなんだよだから
That's
俺
why
は
I'm
島
going
に
to the island.
カイは
Kai,
お姉ちゃんの
do you
好きな
love
の
my big sis? What the hell? Is this really the time or place for this? Why would she suddenly ask me that now, of all times? Whatever, it doesn't matter.
あ
Yeah,
好きだ
I
ったよ
used to.
以前はね
After I say that, I pull Aki in close.
でもそれは理由じゃない
But that's not why I'm doing this.
世界を救うた
I'm
め
not
に
even doing this to
そん
save
な
the
大それた
world.
理由でもないもっと
It's a lot more selfish and trivial than
く
that.
だらない理由さ俺はミサ姉と
I'm
の
going so I
蹴りを
can settle things with Misane.
勝負に蹴り
Settle things? What do you mean?
勝負なんだよこれ
This was a
は
match.
俺にとって
To me, that is.
初戦は俺の負
I
けだっ
lost
た
the first round,
何として
pretty badly at that.
ここまでコケに
But I refuse to sit here and let her mock me any
黙
longer.
ってられないでしょ
I was always the one doing the chasing. I was determined to surpass her. And reaching the top would mean that I finally did. I am who I am now because I believed that. I spent my entire life chasing after this distant goal, never thinking of anything else. I'm not gonna let her quit while she's ahead. Before she kills 5 billion people, I'm gonna make her face me a one-man match. And if I win, I'll be the best in the world. I'm now understanding why the instructions for Phase 12 is don't miss any inputs. Got it. Kai. What about you, Aki-chan? Are you okay with losing to Misane? Are you going to let her become the worst mass murderer in human history? But 5 billion people, that's... This is too much for me. I can feel Akiho's back trembling. This isn't a burden we can carry. Hey Kai, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to do anything about this. Let's just stop. We can just stay here until it's safe. Akiho's still down for the count. It'll probably take her a while longer before she gets back on her feet. Looks like I'll have to leave her here. I get the feeling that's Michi, but I could be wrong. What was that? Car sounds, probably. Vehicle. The sound cuts through the silence and assaults my eardrums, getting closer as it continues to screech. Is that the shriek of car tires? That's how I interpreted it, at least. Yes. Before long, I see a light coming from deep inside the Tokyo Bay tunnel. It's a pair of headlights. A single car is flying through the tunnel at breakneck speed. Wait, if they can give me a ride, then maybe I can get to Haneda that way. I let go of Akiho and peer down beneath the bridge, emerging from the tunnel. There's an ugly, run-down white station wagon. It jostles and shakes violently as it zooms along, before it randomly screeches to a stop in the middle of the road, almost directly below me. The driver's side door opens. With all of the highway lights on, I can't make out the person from the top of the bridge. Excuse me. Could you give me a ride to Haneda Airport? I make the request knowing full well that they might say no. What the? Is that Yoshio Little 7 Mia? Wow, I called it. The driver somehow identifies us by name. Listen up, you guys. I can't drive straight while I'm going that fast. That's a pro tip. And that definitely doesn't qualify as a pro tip. Hey, wait a second. Michi? I strain my eyes. The figure steps in front of the headlights. There's no mistake. The man that appears before us in all of his tracksuit glory is the very same delinquent teacher we couldn't get in touch with for the life of us. Go get my uncle. We're heading home. As he said that, Michi shot me thumbs up as if to tell me he already knows everything. This image is beautiful. I love it. I think I know what CG I'm gonna use for the thumbnail. Fuck all the rest of them. Hold on sight. The 658cc 4-cylinder engine roars. The Ariake Junction entrance to the Rainbow Bridge has the crossing gate down. And Michi is charging straight for it. We're going to crash! This is an emergency. To hell with the rules. Eek. The fucking parakeet. Is totally ignoring traffic laws? Michi smashes into the gate without even touching the brakes, and the car bursts right through it. Just like that, we've illegally broken into the closed-off Daiba mine. This is insane, Michi. I'll be damned if this isn't jam-packed with impact. I mean, true, but... Wait, why are you enjoying this? Wait, isn't the Rainbow Bridge closed? Is this even remotely safe? I'm gonna be sick. Michi, slow down. What are you talking about? I'm following the speed limit perfectly. The fact that his driving is so messed up despite going the speed limit is actually kind of impressive. We've been jerking left and right in our seats the entire time. At last, I see the Rainbow Bridge stretching out in front of us. None of the lights are on. Even the aircraft warning lights are off, leaving the bridge completely shrouded in darkness. Why would you turn off the aircraft warning lights? Like, I know that, like, all the airplanes are supposed to be grounded, but, like, holy shit, man. Say, Mitsuhiko, where exactly are you going? Aren't we going to Haneda? Haneda is the complete opposite direction. Even if we get there, the planes aren't flying. Hold on. Did you think that Haneda and Narita were the only airports in Tokyo? They're not. That's a pro tip. We're heading to Chofu. Chofu? Airport? Is it famous or something? Nope. Most people living in Tokyo probably don't know about it. No, wait, Michi, does that airport really exist? It does, young one. Michi grips the steering wheel and grins. By the way, there's a facility right next to it. This is some big stuff. They'll fill you in just this once. It's the JAXA Chofu Space Center. Huh? Consider that a pro tip, too. The engine's noises grow louder. And before I can even connect the dots, we're already at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. The car's tires screeched against the asphalt as we slide past the junction and merge onto the circular off-ramp. It took us an almost unbearable amount of time to get to Shofu. There weren't any other cars on the road, but there wasn't a single streetlight on, which transformed the roads into a dark labyrinth. Thanks to that, Michi ended up taking wrong turn after wrong turn. It only took us 2 hours to reach the Shofu interchange. Shofu Airport only has a single runway. Well, it's probably several times larger than the old Tanegashima Airport. It doesn't feel that way thanks to the darkness. There are several small aircraft parked on the airport apron. Most of them look like Cessna planes. Don't tell me we're going to head to Tanegashima on the Cessna. I'm gonna puke. Lucky Ho's a complete mess thanks to Michi's unmatched driving skills. He already wasn't doing so hot, but now she looks like a total zombie. I lent her a shoulder, and she desperately clings to me for support. This way. Michi leads the way, and we find a single propeller plane parked close to the runway. Oh, would you look at that? This is the same type of plane used for flights to Tanegashima. That's right, it can carry about 30 people. Upon closer inspection, the company name written on the frame is also the same. The ramp has already been lowered, making it impossible to see the captain on standby in the cockpit. Other than that, I don't see a single passenger inside. As for cabin crew, there might not be one. Michi then waves his hand out the cockpit window. Yashio-san! Sorry for making you come all this way.
Huh?
What?
いや、また
Wait, hold on a sec. Wait. I spin over to the plane and can't believe my eyes when I peer into the cockpit. The captain sees me and salutes. I can see the man inside clear as day thanks to the cockpit lights. There's no mistaking it. Dad, what's he doing here? Michi, what is this? Would you care to explain what the heck is going on? Michi shrugs his shoulders, a playfully ignorant expression on his face. Remember Tennoji-san from Doxa? Yeah, Nae-san. What about her? About a week before we headed for Tokyo, she called me and your old man out of from nowhere. Nae-san called Dad. She told us that it was possible there might be a terrorist attack in the near future. She said that if something happened while we were in Tokyo, we should go to Chofu Airport. She asked your dad to fly his plane here if a terrorist attack actually went down. She even said that the people up top approved of this already. Wait, could Nae-san possibly be the Esperon that Samada mentioned? Yes! Yes, actually. You're telling me that Dad flew all the way here after the solar storm hit? I'll look up at the cockpit again. That seems to be frantically checking some meters. I'm the only one here who knows that there wasn't a solar storm at all. In other words, Dad came here knowing full well his plane might turn into a brick mid-flight. That's crazy. We'll talk about the details later. Everything's ready to go, so let's make like a tree and scram. Ignoring the last part, he's right. The details don't matter. Now's not the time to think about who Nae-san really is, or Dad's recklessness. I have something else I must do. Something I want above all else. And that's to face Misane in a match. Mr. Candy and Michi both head toward the plane's air stairs. Air stairs? Air stair. No S. I'm about to follow them when I notice Akiho frozen in place.
Aki-chan.
Aki-chan. She had her arms wrapped tightly around herself, and she's trembling. Are we really going home? I'm scared. I'm scared of seeing Big Sis again. Aki-chan, you don't have to see her. Kai. But I know you're gonna get lonely if you stay here in Tokyo alone. So come on, let's head home together. I'm sure your parents are worried about you. But Akiho remained still, her head hanging low. Suddenly, I hear a singing voice coming from the darkness of the runway. The bird in the cage. I'm not singing, sorry. You don't get that for free. Someone's there, shrouded in the darkness. A ghost? An illusion?
いつ
No, no, when will it come out?
やる
Frightened, Akio tightly grips my hand. Valid. In the night of dawn.
の晩に
Amidst the silence, the sound of footsteps gradually grows closer.
つると
And the crane and
亀
turtle
が
slipped.
滑った
And at last, the source of the voice reveals itself from the shadows. That appearance, that face. There's no way I would mistake it. Whoa. I thought the ghost of Ichigawaka Park. Should I be recording this?
あの子
That girl. That's Irie, isn't
だ
it?
よね
An AI program created by Kimiji Mako. Misane's friend. Judging by her expression, she seems more like Sister Centipede at the moment. I can't sense a shred of emotion from her. It's like her soul's been ripped from her body. She wears an empty expression on her face. It's like she's looking at someone, but unable to see anyone.
後ろの正面
Who's that behind you? She mumbles quietly. Which one is she? Is she the real Yukifune Ari? Or is she the AR program made by Kimiji Mako? I'm looking at her without using a Pokecom right now. So under normal circumstances, that would mean that she has to be the real one. But that means nothing right now. Especially considering what happened with Misane and the Grand Obelisk. She could just be another illusion visible to the naked eye. Plus, her timing leads me to believe that she must have been waiting for us. Irie begins to slowly raise her thin, slender arm. And stops at about shoulder height with a gun. And here we are, being held at gunpoint again. In her hand is a handgun with a black luster that smoothly reflects the moonlight. The contrast between her childlike appearance and the cold sheen of the gun is staggering. It almost hurt to sweat, but then I remind myself that if she's just an AR program, the gun isn't real. If. This is just a bluff too. That's not good. An asphalt near her feet bursts into the air. That was a real bullet. Her gun's real. In other words, the Irie in front of us is not AR. There's just no illusion. Yukifune Irie. That's impossible. Yukifune Irie is hospitalized in Shibuya. Well, that was your first mistake. Shibuya. There's no way she could make it to Shofu in all of this chaos. Hell, the fact that she was waiting for us here is even more impossible. I never told her that we were coming to the airport. I didn't even know this was an option until 2 hours ago. Nobody else here knows Yukifune Ayuri. And yet here she is, appearing right before us and singing Kagome Kagome dramatically. She shouldn't have any memories from AR Ayuri, so why did she sing that song? This is all futile. Ayuri begins to speak. But there still isn't a trace of emotion behind her words. I will not let you fly away from here. If you insist on going regardless, you have to run me over and kill me. Her tone is altogether different from AR Ayuri, Yukifune Ayuri, and even Sister Centipede. She's different from every other Ayuri. Then, who is she? Of course, I am a human being of flesh and blood. If you run me over, my flesh will tear, my bones will snap, my innards will be crushed, and my blood will gush forth. Someone's watching me. Sonome Darudome. And it's not Ayuri. Someone, somewhere is staring at me. But I have no clue where they are. Are they further in the darkness, right next to me, behind me, in the plane? If you're prepared to do that, then do as you wish. Who are you?
Yashio.
Yoshio. Michi then whispers into my ear. Look at her through your door. Huh? I hurriedly whip out my Pokecom and turn the camera toward Ayuri. Yeah. I then boot up Iro. And there, right on my screen. Is a man. Horrible. He's right behind Ayuri, close enough to be almost touching her. His body is thin and his hair is long. That's a man invisible to the naked eye. A man only visible in AR. A ghost. The wandering dead. Don't tell me he... I've never seen that face before, but... You're... Kimijima Ko. As soon as he hears me say the name aloud, the man's lips twist into a wicked grin. Everything Sawada said was true. The culprit behind everything, the mastermind behind it all. The man who changed me, Sane. The man who deceived me. It was him. All of this is because of him. And the project is already 90% complete. I can hear his voice. His voice. It's coming from our Pokecoms. It's the same system as AR-ID. It's programmed so that the voice we hear changes based on the position. Much like a car has the braking distance, when plane cannot be stopped so abruptly. Is this Kimijima Ko's voice? Therefore, no matter how hard people like you and Sawada-kun try, you're far too late. You cannot stop it. I spent over 10 years on this project above all else. I wanted to be absolutely sure. I eliminated as many irregularities as possible from the project. Your role is already complete. You've already exited the stage, so I'm gonna have to ask you to stay backstage. His voice is very soft. Actually, it feels more weak than anything. Mr. Candy would make for a much better final boss. Wait, no, I can't let him fool me. If what Sawada said is true, this man is the terrifying silent weapon, a being trying to slaughter 5 billion people. If you still insist on trying to interfere with my work, well... I could do this to Yukifune ID. Kimijima-ko's hand covers Yukifune ID's hand holding the gun. It's just like a puppet on a string. Yukifune ID and Kimijima-ko's hands movements are synchronized. He bends Aidi's arm, raising the gun with it. He then places the muzzle up against her temple. Despite what's happening, Aidi's expression remains vacant. You'd be driving this poor girl to suicide. Stop it! I gulp down my breath. I'm gonna choose my words carefully as I talk to the Phantom Man. I thought you were dead. Are you just an AI like Airi? I suppose that may be correct in a technical sense. However, the volume of data is different from Airi. I converted my memories and personality into data. Converting memories into data was made possible through a certain university in the US. They published a thesis. Looks like Kurisu. Looks like Kurisu, looks like Kurisu, looks like Kurisu. I put that to practical use. In other words, you could say I'm a personality that has been transferred onto the internet, memories intact. While it might be artificial in a sense, I've gained eternal life. Envious. Originally, I had planned to perform a perfect transfer after some more thorough research. However, things went a bit sour when Senomiya Misaki murdered me. Huh? Yeah, before Kaido said huh, it's like, wait, what did I just read out loud? And Misane killed Kimijima-ko? Weren't they supposed to be co-workers? I'm so confused. Once again, I have no clue what's going on. What is Misane's goal in all of this? I glance over at Akiho to see her reaction. She looks stunned. Consequently, I was constructed using incomplete alpha data, taken just prior to my death. Due to that, I can't utilize all the power I had when I was alive, hence why it took 10 years to execute this plan. Project Atom was originally scheduled for 2015. What do you mean, Misane killed you? Ah yes, she truly was brave, fairly barbaric as well. She tried to stop me that day. I was in the middle of an important experiment, you see. An important experiment?
アネモネ号
The anemone.
そうだ。
Yes. It was to confirm whether it would be possible to show illusions to large groups of people using electromagnetic irradiation. This man. How can he say something like that without a hint of hesitation? How much suffering does he think he put me, Akio, and everyone else on that ship through over the last 10 years? That day's experiment was to test the upper limit. I raised electromagnetic waves to their maximum strength. Originally, I'd expected it to kill every person aboard the MF Anemone. What? What did you say? Indeed. If the experiment had gone on for another 10 minutes, that would have been the end result. Misaki just happened to drop by my house at the time, and when I told her about it, she told me to stop it. Silly girl. What fool would simply stop because they were told to? When I naturally refused. I won't let you kill them. I won't let you kill Aki and Kai. I won't let you kill. Is he dead? What have I? Because of her, my head had burst like that of a nice watermelon on the other end of a bat. My, what an awful thing she did. That's why, about a month later, I decided to appear before Misaki. And the rest was simple. I prodded her sense of guilt, and she easily fell into my hands. She'd been working for me ever since. She has essentially become my arms and legs. She does whatever I tell her to do. If I told her to die in the middle of a live worldwide broadcast, she'd very much do it. If I were to put it another way. Because she saved the two of you, Misaki is about to become the worst mass murderer in human history. The Sanemiya Misaki of the past no longer exists. She shoulders the full weight of her sins. The moment she murdered me, the rest of Misaki's life was set in stone. Tell me, do you intend on killing her in order to save the world? I admit, that would be quite admirable. However, if you were to do that, it would simply turn you into my next set of tools. I would use the guilt you carried over killing your sister. Eventually, our beloved heroes will succumb to their inner demons and destroy the world they once protected. A scenario like that doesn't sound bad at all, don't you think? I have all the time in the world, so I have no qualms with starting from scratch. So, what will you do? Will you go to the island and have your battle to the death with Misaki? Oh, and by the way,
昼間
she's armed with the
君たち
second
のロボットを
Sumeragi
破
unit.
壊した
The
スメラ
very
ギ2
night,
段機で
the
武装
blah
してい
blah,
るよ
the very machine that destroyed your robot.
次は
Perhaps I'll command her to kill you in all earnest
指
this
示してお
time.
くとしようかな
俺は
When I try to respond, the person who holds me back and steps toward Kimijima Ko is...
アキちゃん
Lucky-chan. Her expression is brave and imposing. The fear she had shown earlier had completely disappeared. She looked straight at Yukifune Airi and Kimijima Ko, standing behind her, at the man invisible to the naked eye.
君島さん、
Kimijima-san,
うちのお姉ちゃんは
does my big sister
今でも
love robots?
ロボットのこと好きですか？
アキちゃん
Lucky-chan, what are you... What an amusing question.
面白い質問をするね
Still smiling, Kimijima Ko responds.
好きなんじゃないかな
She probably still does, I imagine.
美咲はたまに
Misaki plays a game called Kill Ballad from time to time. She's Tajirinja, aka Tajirin. There really was Misane.
お姉ちゃんは
And the big sis.
今も
Even now,
お
she's
姉ちゃんの
still...
ままなんだ。
From where I'm standing, I can see Akiho clench her fists.
うちにとって
To me,
ロボットは
robots,
絆
what
だ
bound us together?
うん
Hmm.
うちにとって
To me,
ロボットは
robots were
夢だった。
dreams.
ロボットは
Robots
希
were
望だっ
hope.
た。ロボットは
Robots were the crystallization of the work that my friends and I did.
うちらの命令に
Robots listen to our
あの子たちは
commands and
素
carry
直
them
に
out.
従ってくれる。うちらがきちんと指示してあげ
And
な
they
いと
can't even move properly without us there to tell them what to do.
あんなに大きいのに
They're so big,
世話ばっか
and
り
yet
焼かせ
they
るどうし
need
ようも
all the
ない子
help they
たち。
can get.
でも
But the more respect you give them, the more they'll give
あっ
back.
ちもそれに応えてくれる。ただの機械の塊な
They
のに
might just be lumps of
魂で
machinery,
も宿ってるん
but
じゃ
I've
ないか
come
って
to believe they have
思えてくる
souls.
の。日本人はね、
You know how
Robots
Japanese
are
people are so
super
quick to personify robots?
どんなものにでも
I think it's because Japanese people believe that anything and
日
everything
本
has
人
a
らしい
soul.
考え方だってうちは思うんだ。ガンツク1も
Gumball 1, Gumball 2 were both like my
う
children.
ちにとって自分の子供みたいなものだった。それなのに
And yet,
お姉ちゃん
Big
は
Sis destroyed all of
そ
it.
れを壊したの。
My
ロボッ
sister,
トのことが
the same girl who loved robots with all her heart, turned around and destroyed them.
どんな気分だったんだ。
How did she feel back then?
悲しかったか
Was she sad?
な、辛かった
Was
か
it
な、
painful for her?
それとも
Was she able to feel
何も感
anything
じ
at
ること
all?
ができないでいるのかな。うちは
You won't get away with this.
お姉ちゃんに
I won't let you get away with making my big sister do something so horrible, Kimijima
あ
Ko.
なたを許さない。
You won't let me
許
get
さない
away
のは
with
結
it,
構だけ
huh?
ど
Splendid.
それでどうするんだい
Great Cell. What do you
君たち
plan
に
on
美咲を
doing?
止める術
Do you
はあ
even
る
have the means to stop Misaki?
さっきも言ったけど
Didn't I already tell you?
美咲は
She's
スメラ
armed
ギで
with
武装
Sumeragi.
しているよそれに
She's also accompanied by a team of 10 professional soldiers, all with very personal, intimate knowledge of their weaponry. Well, we know at least 4 of them are knocked out today, so... Boy. Akiko starts to laugh fearlessly. Without looking at me, she grabs my hand with hers. I grip it firmly in response.
悪のロボットを倒すの
Haven't you heard?
正義のロボット
The evil robot is always defeated by the robot of justice. Always. Until the end of time. Seriously? Oh, no, wait.
うちらにはお
We
姉
still
ちゃん
have one giant robot left. The one that Bix has designed herself. We're gonna drag out prototype model 1. That piece of junk. I didn't think she'd play that card. Lucky-chan, you're something else. You're the goddamn best.
知らないかもしれないから
Let me fill you in,
君島さんに教
Kimijima-san.
えてあげる巨大二足歩行ロボ
Up
ット
until
は
now, giant bipedal robots.
何十回も
Dozens upon dozens of times. No, hundreds of times.
世界滅亡の
They
危
have
機を
saved the
救
world
ってき
from
てるんだ
annihilation. Well, in animated games, anyhow. Though I suppose she's not technically wrong.
だから今回も
And so,
ロボット
the
が
robot's
世界
gonna
を
save
救
the world this time too.
ううちらの作ったロボ
The
が
robot we built.
うちらの夢が詰
The
まっ
robot
たロ
filled
ボ
with
が
our hopes and dreams.
あなたたちの悪いロボ
We'll
ットを
defeat your
倒して
evil robot.
あなたを倒して
And we'll defeat you just the same.
お姉ちゃんを倒し
And we'll
て
defeat Big Sis.
世界を
We're
救
gonna
って
save
や
the
るんだ
whole world.
300人委員
The
会
Committee 300, the Tavistock Institute, Project Atom, Kimijima Co. You can all shove it.
クソったれだお姉ちゃんなんて
And we're gonna wreck my Big Sis just as hard.
完璧超人のお
I'm
姉
not
ちゃん
gonna
になっ
lose
て
to that superwoman anymore.
正義は
Justice always prevails.
勝って
We will win.
お姉ちゃんを
And we're gonna save Big Sis. That's what I call a shout from the soul. How is this phase not over yet? I guess, yeah, we should get a checkup on Subaru. Sure, fine.
だから今回もロボットが世界を救う
Wait, what? Why is Aki? And so, a robot's gonna save this world this time too.
うちらの作ったロボが
The robot we built.
うちらの夢が詰まっ
The
たロボ
robot
が
filled with our hopes and dreams.
あなたたちの悪いロボ
We'll
ットを
defeat your
倒して
evil robot.
あなたを倒して
And we'll defeat you just the same.
お姉ちゃんを倒して
And we'll defeat Big Sis.
世界を救
We're
ってや
gonna
る
save
んだ
the whole world. It's a live broadcast. The video just suddenly started playing on Nagafukada's Twitter account. Former club president Sunomiya Senpai is in total darkness, passionately yelling to an absurd degree. Yashio Senpai is holding her hand. Who are they talking to? What are they talking about? I don't know any of the details. But what I do know,
夢が
a robot filled with our hopes and dreams.
正義の
The robot of justice will save the world.
救う
Such a simplistic view of good and evil sounds exactly like the mecha anime that Sunomiya Senpai enjoys. As far as I'm concerned, the genre is far too childish, so the stories leave much to be desired in terms of mass appeal. So, considering everything I just detailed, why? Why is there a strange feeling welling up in my chest? Why are there tears in my eyes? My gaze is naturally drawn to the cardboard box in the corner of my room. My leg is in a cast, so I have to crawl over to the box. I open the lid, and I take a look inside. It's there that I find the wreckage of my old partner, who's been broken for half a year now. It was 10 years ago. When I saw Senamiya Misaki, a high school girl at the time, at Robo 1, I became fascinated with robots. And the fascination is what brought me to M45. I picked up one of the parts. I gently wrapped the palm of my hand around it. Its cold sensation spreading through my fist. And the memories came flooding back. When I was in elementary school, at a small toy shop, I had a small RC toy bought for me. After watching Robo 1, I desperately wanted a robot of my own. Of course, there were no bipedal RC robot toys back then, so I got an animal type with 4 legs. And of course, it was my dad who bought it for me. I still remember what he said to me that day. You better take responsibility for this guy and put him together. Don't you dare give up halfway through. No, you're smart, so I bet you'll have it done in no time. I look at my left leg. It's held in place by a hard cast. During surgery, I had multiple bolts inserted into it. If I don't take painkillers, the intense pain keeps me from sleeping. Even then, when I take another look deep inside my heart, the answer comes immediately. No, I already had the answer. This entire month, ever since I broke my leg, I've been thinking the entire time. After hearing Senamiya Senpai spill her soul, well, I can't allow myself to sit here any longer. But I'm gonna change the clothes and exit my room with crutches in hand. Dad is in the living room. He's staring out of the darkness through the window. He said he saw a swarm of robots during the day at sea, so he must still be worried about it. Where do you think you're going? Just hearing his voice makes my body tremble. That has always been a massive wall that I could never overcome. I have all the respect in the world for him, and I'm serious about inheriting his work. However,
部活へ
too club. I barely managed to squeeze out the words without stuttering.
部活へ
I'm going to my
行ってくる
club. I look Dad straight into my eyes, and I make my intentions clear. I'm still a member of the Robotics Club.
気づいたんだよ
I realized something.
僕は
I really do
ロボットを
love
作るのが
building
好
robots.
きだ今までずっと
Up until now,
その
I
気
did
持
my
ちと向
best
き
to
合うのを
avoid
避け
that
て
truth.
いつも
I've always told myself that it's something I can't do anymore,
自重してきた
that it's something wrong.
でも
But in the
やっ
end,
ぱり僕は
I've loved building robots
子
ever
供の
since I
頃か
was
ら
a
ずっ
kid.
と好きなんだこの気持ちを大
I
切
want
に
to
したいん
cherish
だ
these feelings.
それでまた大怪我をし
And
た
what are
ら
you
ど
gonna
うす
do
る
if you get badly injured again?
しかも
On top of that,
こんな時に
you're going out at a time like
こんな
this,
天気で
in this weather.
出ていくだとお前は親
Have
の
you
気
ever
持ちを
thought to consider how a
何だ
parent
と思ってるん
might
だ
feel?
父さんが心配してくれ
I'm
てるのは
happy that
嬉
you're
しいよ
concerned for my well-being, Dad.
それを裏切ってきた自
And
分
I'm
を
ashamed of myself for betraying your
恥ずかしく思う。
feelings.
でも
But I have to
今じ
do
ゃないとダメ
this.
なんだ今僕が仲間に
This
で
is
きるこ
something
と
that
が
only me and my friends can do.
もう悔いを残したく
I
ない
don't want any more regrets.
自分で
I want to take responsibility and
最後
finish
まで組
building
み
that
立てたいから
robot.
絶対に
I won't
途
give
中
up
で投げ
halfway
出したく
through,
ないから
no matter what.
これが
This
僕
is
の
my
夢だ
dream.
からだから
So,
ごめん
I'm sorry, Dad,
父さん僕行かないと
but I have to go.
勝手にしろ
Have it your way. He spits out his reply and withdraws into his room. I was fully prepared to be struck once or twice, so his response leaves me a bit shocked. I lightly buy him on ahead, put on a raincoat, and leave the house. I didn't encounter a single person or car on the way to the old airport. The island is essentially under martial law right now. Rumors that armed terrorists have taken over the Tanegashima Space Center have already spread across the entire island. I've heard that everyone from Minamitane has been evacuated to my high school. But there isn't a slot at the old airport located next door. Just a locked hangar. A prototype Model 1 sleeping inside of it. Or at least, that's what I thought. Hidaka-kun? The hangar door is open. And from inside, I hear a familiar voice.
Daitoku-senpai?
Daitoku-senpai. I saw Akiho-chan's video.
秋穂ちゃんの動画を見て、その私
I told myself I shouldn't come here. I still think that even now, but
今でも思ってる。でも
but after hearing Akiho-chan's words,
言葉聞いちゃったら、なんだか
I felt like
いても
I couldn't just sit around doing
いられなく
nothing.
て。
僕も
And that's also
あ
what
れを
brought
聞
me
いてこ
here.
こに来た口です。
1号機くん、
You're going to rebuild Model 1 Kun, right?
すんだよね。
That's what Akiho-chan was
秋穂
saying.
ちゃんがそう言ってた。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
私、
I haven't
今日
once
まで一度も
apologized to you,
タカ
Hidaka-kun.
君にちゃんと謝れてなかった。本当に
I'm so
ごめん
so
なさい。
sorry.
私のせいで
It's because of me that the robotics club is
ロボ部は壊しちゃったけど
gone.
でも
But I didn't want that.
嫌だった。どうしても
I didn't want this to happen.
私がね、
I might not have the right to say this after injuring you, Hidaka-kun, but
こんなこと言う資格ないかもしれないけど、でも
but
私は
you don't have to let me come back.
秋穂ちゃんと
But I want you,
ヤシオ君と
Akiho-san,
日高君と
Akiho-chan, Yashio-kun,
小次郎さんで
Kochiro-san to continue the robotics club.
続けてもらいたくて、それを
That's what I came here to say, and
ここに
Daitoku-senpai starts shaking her head left and right. She had been trying to hold back tears this entire time, but she's given up completely. Large teardrops are already flowing from her eyes.
違
No,
う
no,
よ、
that's not what I really want to say.
そうじゃないの。私も
I also want to continue the robotics club.
続けたい。みんなと
I want to build robots again with everyone.
ロボット作りたいの。
Naitoku-senpai wails loudly. Her face is a total mess. Even then, she doesn't try to wipe away the tears. She simply falls to her knees.
先輩
Senpai,
こんなことで
I know I can't be forgiven for what I've done.
思ってないけど、どうせ
I'm
役立た
useless.
ずだし
I don't add anything to the
戦力にも
group.
ならないけど、それでも
But even then... Naitoku-senpai gets on her hands and knees and puts her head down.
もう一度
I still want to try one more time.
みんなの のおかげ
I
でできた
don't want the new dream that everyone helped me find to end like this.
お願い
Please, Hidaka-kun.
勝手な言い
I
分
know
だっ
I'm
て
being selfish.
分かってるけど許して
Please, forgive me.
私にも
And let me help too.
手伝わせてお願いします
Please. The sound of the rain outside echoes loudly throughout the hangar, or through the hangar. I don't think I've ever been here at night. I let out a sigh.
では
I'm not going to give you a hand.
何しろ
My leg is
片足が
broken,
折れてます
after all.
自分で顔を上げて
Raise your head and
さっさと
promptly
立って
stand
くだ
up.
さい大徳先輩には
You don't have time for
謝ってる
apologies,
暇はないんです
Daitoku-senpai. You are?
僕はこの足ですから
With my leg like this,
まともに
I
動
can
けません
barely get around.
代わりに
So, as a
先輩に僕の
compromise,
分まで
you're
働いて
gonna
もら
have
い
to
ます
do my share of the work.
それで
We'll call it even
Challenge
after
us.
that.
ひどく
Hidaka-kun. I'll do it.
ありがとう
Thank you.
ありがとう
Thank you so much.
先生、先輩女子を
You
土下座
forced
さ
the
せ
senior to
奴隷
get
とな
down
る
on
こと
her
を
hands
強
and
要
knees,
する
like coerced her
性
into
的な意味
becoming
で
your slave in a sexual way.
それなんてエロゲ
What eroge is this? I'm suddenly assailed by a bright light. Eek, what's happening?
誰だ
Who's there? It's the light of a flashlight. Two figures appear. From now on, I'm calling you Fiendish Four Eyes. I accept no objections.
誰が
Excuse me?
大徳先輩
Daitoku-senpai, hurry and shut up, please. She's completely misunderstanding the situation. I'm sorry. Daitoku-senpai stands straight up, then staggers a little. She falls over toward me. What? This is bad. If she falls on me, I won't be able to support the weight, and that's not even considering my leg. But I have no escape route. Just when I come to expect the worst. Tenochi-san swiftly dashes between us and catches Daitoku-senpai. Are you alright? Sorry. Is it just me? Or was she insanely fast just now? Yet here she is, smiling as usual. Subaru-kun, Gina-chan, Kana-chan as well. Looks like all the former Robotics Club members are here and accounted for.
元じゃありませ
Former?
ん
I think not.
現ロボ部ですよ
We're the current Robotics Club members. Right. That's what I wanted to hear.
青春って感じです
Now, this is the beauty of youth. How wonderful.
皆さん
Did everyone come here after hearing Akiho-chan's passionate speech? Leitoku-senpai and I both nod. As for Furugori,
あんな演説と呼べる
can you even call that a speech?
熱い演説って
A passionate speech would be, for example,
諸君私は戦争
Gentlemen,
が好き
I
だ
like war, or something like that, SMH.
だが
That said, her-senpai did a pretty good job. It was pretty raw. She was muttering to herself.
だったら
Then, I guess we know what we have to do.
2つのはず
A familiar truck with the crane comes driving up to the hangar with perfect timing. And out from the driver's seat comes...
おう
Oh, you're all here. In stock. He acts like he expected us to be together.
始めるぜ
Let's get started. The next 24 hours are gonna decide it all. Ain't nobody here sleeping tonight. Let's do this. Without explaining a single thing, he dives right into barking orders.
藤田さんロック
You rock, Vegeta-san.
いや
Nah.
ロックなのは
Nagiho's the one who really rocks.
ありゃ大した
She's got
だよ
balls of steel. We don't require further instructions. There are only 5 of us here. But we're all thinking the same thing. We glance at prototype Model 1 lying quietly in the darkness. Prez, Yoshio-senpai. We'll do everything in our power to get him up and running. We'll be waiting for both of you to come back. The clear sound of applause echoes across the dark runway. Without breaking his smile, Kimiji Mako claps his hands, gun still drawn in Airi. This is his response to Akio's courageous declaration.
つまり君たちは
In other words,
こう言いたいわけだ。自分たちの手
you're
で
saying that you'll murder your sister with your own 2 hands.
なかなか素直だね。
How incredibly straightforward you are. I like that.
世の中には
The world is filled with people who hide their true feelings behind a mask they choose to wear whenever it's convenient.
でもそうか。
But I see. How
残念
unfortunate.
だよ。世界を救うた
To
め
choose the path of killing a
親しい
loved
人
one in
をあ
order
えて
to
殺
save
す
the
道を選ぶ
world.
なんて勇敢ではある
It
が
is indeed
君た
courageous,
ちは
yet it is also quite
野
barbaric,
蛮で
and most certainly
残酷だ。
cruel. Kimiji Mako scoffs at us. He once again places his hand over Airi's, the one holding the gun. Airi's fingers already on the trigger. The muzzle is still pressed against her temple.
だったら
In that case,
出始め
let's make this a learning
君たちが
experience.
そういう選
Allow
択
me
を
to
した
show
こ
you
と
the
で
consequences of your
どういう結
actions.
果がもたらされるのか一つ事例を示してみよう
No,
入りを離せ
let Airi go.
その人は無
She
関
has
係だ
nothing to do with this.
無関係
No, on the contrary. She has everything to do with this.
今の今まで
Up until this very
彼
moment,
女は僕
she
の
has
人
always
質だ
been my hostage.
そして今は
The hostage that you
君た
chose
ち
to
が見捨て
abandon.
た人質だ
やめて
Stop.
君たちが選んだ
This was your decision.
残酷な君たちが
You endlessly
世
cruel,
界を救
cruel
おうと
souls
するその意志と引
chose
き
to
換
save
え
the
にした
world in
命
exchange for this dear child's life.
やめろ
Stop!
だから僕はこの女を
Which is
容赦
why
な
I
く
shall
殺
show
すよ
her no mercy.
君たちが種子島
I
に
need you all to understand
美咲と
very
戦
well
おうとする
what fate awaits
ど
you.
ういう結末が待っているかそれをしっか
What
りと
will
理
happen when
解
you
してもら
face
うために
Misaki at Tamegashima?
君たちも
You
決
must
して目を
avert
そ
your
らしてはい
eyes.
けない見届けろ
You must see this
君
through
たち
to
が
the
見捨て
end.
た命
The
を
fate of
さ
the
え
life you threw away. Even from this distance, I can tell. The finger that Airi has on the trigger has begun to tense up.
よせ
Stop. If she squeezes any further, Airi's going to die.
せっかく
No
10
sad.
年ぶりに
After
目覚
10
めた
long
っていう
years, you've finally been awoken from your slumber. And for what? Just to die.
恨むなら
If you want to
世界の
resent
救世主
someone,
になりたかった
resent these people for trying to
彼らを
become the
恨む
saviors of the world.
さようなら
Farewell, Airi.
よせ
Stop!
ボイちゃん
Suddenly, a rainbow-colored bullet with a strange voice zips across my field of vision. That bullet flies directly at Airi. It snatches the gun from her hand and soars high into the air. Well, I guess that parakeet is fine. Not Boing-chan, I guess the parakeet's alright.
でかしたぞ太郎
Not a boy, Totoro.
おじきのインコが
Uncle's parakeet. What the hell? Airi's life was in the hands of that bird? What would have happened if he screwed up? I internally curse up a storm as I dash toward Airi. As if her strings have been cut, Airi collapses to the floor, powerless. Looks like she's been freed from Kimijima-ko's spell. I hurriedly pick Airi up. Her body is shockingly light. And that Kimijima-ko bastard disappeared. Michi is using his Pokecom to look around. Did Kimijima-ko really withdraw? I doubt it. He must be waiting for us on Tanegashima.
今のうちに出発
Let's
しよ
take this chance to get out of here. We all nod in response to Akia's suggestion. I rush into the plane with Airi on my back. The sexual harassment parakeet also comes flying in, handgun in its claws. After checking to make sure everyone's on board, we stow the air stair. With the door closed and locked tight, I shout toward the cockpit.
父さん出して
Dad, take off! The propeller starts spinning, slowly at first, then they gradually gain speed. I sit Airi down in one of the seats and fasten the seatbelt. The aircraft starts slowly taxi around the runway. Toward the runway, rather. After making sure Airi is secure, I plant myself next to Akiho. I fasten my seatbelt, take a deep breath, and Akiho puts her hand over mine. Her hand is shaking like crazy. Kai. She says my name, but immediately hangs her head low.
うつくわに
I like on Billboard. Lucky Host tearing up again. She's doing everything in her power not to burst into tears. Her fingers intertwine and she grips my hand tightly. Her nails are digging into me. It hurts, but I can deal with it.
がっつくわんで
Who's Couple One to be big sis?
倒してお願い
Please.
任せなよ
I got this.
俺は最初から
That was my plan from the start. We are now prepared for takeoff. We will be departing as soon as possible. JAC special flight, departing at 9:23 p.m. Non-stop flight to Tanegashima. Due to emergency circumstances, we have no flight plan. There may be unexpected climbs, falls, or course changes. But don't worry, I'll get you all to Tanegashima, no matter what. We might only be together for a short time, but please enjoy your flight. And Kaido, I'm proud of you. Take care of Aki-chan and Mista-chan.
Ah,
Yeah,
分かってる。
I know. The engine starts to roar. The plane suddenly accelerates. I can feel the G-force pushing down on my entire body. The plane's frame inclines diagonally, and the ground outside the window slowly grows distant. Farewell, Tokyo. I'll see you again, I'm sure. But now, it's time to head home. Even if there's a war waiting for us there. It's time to return to the island that time itself had left behind. The island where we were born. There it is. There's phase 12. I had a hunch, but like I said, when I was scrubbing through the videos of this other person's little guide, it was not clear at all. But then again, I guess I was just scrubbing through, so meh. Whatever. We did it. We got to the end of phase 11. Which, honestly, for the fact that we had, like, more or less an hour with the rest of phase 10, this was still pretty short for a phase in robotics notes. However, it's past midnight. Ugh. But next time we'll be finishing the game, and that's weird. I don't really have any thoughts. I'm just eager and excited to see how things wrap up. But yeah, I'm definitely very curious to see how things end up wrapping up. We're almost done with the game, which is fucking wild. Especially since so many turns and twists and shit happened. Man, I'm glad that they got ID with them. Given the fact that, like, Sawada had pointed his gun at Misaki, I definitely stopped sussing him as a bad guy, because he definitely has that, like, bad guy character design, which obviously was intentional. But I still wasn't necessarily expecting Kimijima Ko to end up being the big bad. I'm not entirely surprised, frankly, but just I don't know, since we're not quite done with the story, I don't really have, like, fully formed thoughts at this stage, other than, like, I want to know what happens next, but, like, you know, that's not that much of a thought, you know? You're hopeful that the ending will be as good as it can be, mostly because I already saved, but you're not gonna hold your breath about it either. I mean, Robotics Notes started the way it's going to end, more or less, because we got that snippet with everyone in the Robotics Club and Kai piloting a giant robot. So we're going to circle back to that, finally. But what that means with Airi and Misaki, I'm not sure. So, you totally forgot about that? Yeah, that's fair. I was keeping a mental note of that because, like, I remember, like, because they have the dates in the upper corner, so, like, I was definitely very mindful of that. It's been 84 years. I know. But, I think that'll do it for tonight. If you end up having any other further thoughts, definitely feel free to share it in the Discord, in the Science Adventure series section, or in the YouTube comments if you're watching this on YouTube. I don't know. I'm tired, dude. I'm really fucking tired. That took out a lot more for me than I was expecting. I'm definitely looking forward to what's going to happen next time. I'm not looking forward to the fact that I have to make sure I don't mess up any of the inputs. We'll see what happens, though. Given the fact that the tube video, we already did like some of what they considered to be part of Phase 12. And their thing that I was using as a point of reference for how long things will be. We might be fine starting out at normal time, but if I'm feeling up for it, I might start an hour early. But we'll see. Coping the villain wasn't all that surprising, because dude looks like Father F in my Brotherhood after he de-ages himself. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Goodness gracious. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see how the true ending ends and whatnot. And how they're going to resolve all the issues. Especially since, you know, the dash exists, so I kind of wonder what shenanigans they're going to get up to there. But, yeah, that'll do it. Thank you guys so much for joining me, as always. I do appreciate your support. Even all you little lurkers. I'll catch you all next time, be it tomorrow when we're also starting to wrap up some Zero Escape VLR, or next week, whenever you're able next to join me. Yeah. Bye-bye and good night. Wah.